Out of
hamburger.
curiosity, did she? Sorry, I mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
And then the other one would just it would be spaghetti with fried up hamburger meat.
Sounds good too.
Out of curiosity, did she cook it like well done, or did she cook it like more medium or medium rare?
No. Really
Yeah.
well like done.
Okay. Yeah. So that's that. I was curious because with and I didn't know this for like years, but like anything processed, you're not supposed to eat anything but well done because that's the only way to cook out the chemicals.
It's true.
Um,
And let me
yeah.
clarify, when I said beef's fine, I meant steak. Like, please cook your hamburger meat all the way.
Yeah. I don't always cook my hamburger I like a medium rare burger, but I'm
Yeah, you have more
pretty
courage than
picky
me, bro.
about yeah, I'm pretty picky about what like the quality of hamburger meat that if I'm gonna do medium rare, you know.
Uh, I still don't have the courage. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
crazy. I can't stand a pink hamburger. That In-N-Out does that sometimes, and I go, "What is
Do they?
this?"
Do they really?
They gave it to me a couple times, and I was like, "Why are you? It's so thin. How are you not giving a
I'd
little
be
bit
so
of?"
afraid of getting a lawsuit.
Or it's only happened a couple times. I haven't had In-N-Out in a long time,
All right, we're back,
but
y'all.
yeah, and that's it. Well, I will say like my favorite part of In-N-Out is the fries, but that is sad to hear
really?
because
Dang, that's
I'm
crazy.
like
That's my least
All right, we're
favorite
back,
part because
Discord.
there's no flavor. Oh, what's up?
You're good. I got Comcast to deal with here still, but I just want to let you know you guys are back on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Everything's
All
set
right.
back
Nice
up.
talking to everybody.
You have to stop talking. I'm just saying, don't say nothing personal because I thought you guys might think the
Mhm.
thing is still off and you might be just chopping
Yeah, I
it
don't
up.
want them to know my personal
I'll be
guns.
right back.
thanks for letting us know about it.
What about fish? You like fish?
I love salmon. I don't eat fish anymore though. It's not because of carnivore or anything like that. That's obviously an animal. I just don't trust fish sources. I can't find good fish around here, so I just don't eat it.
Yeah, no, I get that. That's I think a lot of people, if you're not in a super coastal area and like a coastal area with good water and you know not a ton of the
I mean,
commercial farming is not good.
I'm an hour and a
Wild
half from
caught.
Virginia Beach. Sorry, I'm gonna cut you off. Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
Go ahead. Please finish.
But yeah. Wild caught's good, but also the source of water, and then even that, like a fish gets really expensive. Like if I think like beef, you think of like where it gets really expensive is when you start to get into specific cows. But like fish, it's like if it's a good cut of fish, wild caught, it's super expensive because of sushi. You know what I mean?
You see that too.
I love me some seared salmon with some lemon, some butter, little herbs on it.
I hear you. I used to love that too. That was exactly the way I'd have it.
Or even on the grill. Woo.
I think salmon in general is just so good. Well,
It is.
obviously depending on what you're buying. If it's dyed for any reason, I'm not a big fan because that typically represents commercial farming and not healthy commercial farming. But
Oh
uh,
yeah, I've never found non-dyed salmon.
I
well,
really don't know if I have either, to be honest with you.
so um, I should say the more it's dyed, I would hope that some of the salmon that I've eaten was not dyed, but
Well, I'm
I
sure some of it
honestly don't know.
was fine, man. I've never like had a good source of fish ever probably in my life. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
If it's pink in color, it's dyed because it's supposed to be like a brownish color. But
I didn't know
they deem that unappetizing looking, so they dye it pink. So
I
salmon
didn't
so.
I
looks
didn't
I
know that
thought,
either. Thank you.
yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, I honestly thought that they just dyed the ones that were not colored like orangish pinkish, because they were commercially farmed. That was what my knowledge was. So that's super interesting because that kind of makes sense. I mean, that tracks for like how we do things food wise here.
I would avoid tilapia at all costs.
Yeah, I do. I don't do tilapia. I'll do like trout sometimes.
Do you know what
But
they do with them?
huh?
You know what they use tilapia for? People,
No.
Oops, sorry.
what'd you say?
Oh, nothing. My bad.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said the answer for a second. I thought you said poop. So they use them to clean out waste management, like our sewage. Yeah.
Wow.
So they
Dang.
release like they take a whole like it's several thousand they'll release into the pool, and they'll use them to clean it out and like clean the whole thing until it's clean water. Sometimes, yeah, and then they'll get them back into wherever they came from, they'll get them back out of the water treatment, and then they'll sell them on the market.
So like the only like whitefish I like are like sea bass, if it's actually sea bass. Well, sturgeon's fine too, like Chilean sea bass. Um or rockfish, which is a type of bass. And cod. Um but I mean I'm a pretty adventurous eater. But and pretty picky about where I'm an adventurous eater, if that makes sense. Um
Steak is expensive. Where are you buying your steaks at?
Kroger, often.
Aldi.
I have.
Oh.
I don't like their steaks that much. I've had bad experiences with them.
I've had bad experiences with Aldi too. Emad loves Aldi. He
Steve.
hasn't had a bad experience from there yet.
We get them at Publix, sometimes Walmart.
And like New York, what's your favorite thing?
Ribeye.
Ribeye. Is
T-bone.
that with bone or no bone?
I've actually never had one with a bone. I would. I've never seen one in person.
Have you tried Flatiron? Or it's called a Kanya in Brazilian Steakhouse.
Nope. I've never had that either.
It's a good, like it's the most marbled shoulder meat. So it's generally pretty inexpensive, but it cooks well.
I've seen plenty of people eat them. Like Sean Baker eats a lot of them. The doctor from I think he's from Seattle. And he has plenty of money, so if they're cheap, and I don't know, it must be good.
Yeah, I think like it's considered like one of the more one of the higher priced, cheaper cuts, which is why
Taylor
it's
Peterson almost exclusively eats them. Jordan Peterson's daughter. Like she was the first person I ever heard of the like for this whole carnivore thing. Actually, that's how I learned of it. Jordan and his daughter. She had like a really bad health, like some of the worst health problems I've ever heard a child have.
super interesting. Yeah, I
Well,
didn't know.
I'll get some steaks and I'll report back on how I am doing.
Well, to be clear, it's not the steaks that hit. Like meat doesn't heal you. It's just getting rid of everything else. The meat doesn't directly help you.
Hey, check
I
out my.
hardly ever eat red meat. Hardly ever, and I mostly eat chicken and fish. More fish than chicken.
Oh, I didn't
Well,
think you ate any meat.
I recommend just eating what you like, but it is the healthiest meat as far as nutritional dense goes, especially beef liver. Like, there's nothing in the world that's more like dense in nutrition than beef liver.
This is
Liver
pretty
king.
expensive here.
Yeah, that tracks. I mean, that kind of makes sense why that's like the thing that all the old people ate.
You can
For their
overeat
whole
beef liver. Like, you can actually hurt yourself if you eat too much of it because of the vitamin A content in it. It's so high.
yeah. Well,
I
and I
eat
think anything out of balance, right, is not good. So like, any amount of like you can OD on vitamins. You know what I mean? Um,
I eat 1 ounce a day. I don't eat a whole piece of liver, so it balances out to about 7 ounces a week, I guess you'd say. It's about one whole piece, a little bit over one whole piece, one slice. I cut it into little pieces, and I just eat that one bite a day. It's like my multivitamin.
I can't say I hate it, but it's a tough tasting piece of meat.
It's absolutely disgusting. I hate it. I hate beef liver. It's gross.
Hey, check out my picture in the chat.
I'm on the way. One second.
That's my steak. I just had it
It's
2
pretty.
days ago.
Very pretty.
Thought you might like that.
Those mashed potatoes look really good too.
Oh my god, it was.
I mean, I love all that stuff. I just don't eat it anymore.
Really, I don't be eating mashed potatoes.
Those green beans look good too.
I like the whole carnivore thing. I just like some more flavor with it and the little veggies with it.
If someone wants to go carnivore and their one thing holding them back is seasoning, then have seasoning. Like, who cares? I'm not the carnivore police, you know. It's
Well, so I was gonna mention something too that's kind of blew my mind. So there was a story I was reading about these monks, and actually I think this was a firsthand account that I had gotten from somebody, but it was about these monks who all like one of their practices was um, each day they would only consume one type of like one thing that would be their meals for the whole day. So they would like only consume bread on Friday, and then they'd only consume steak on Saturday, and then they'd only consume greens on Sunday. Um, and the reason I bring that up is if you were going to try something like this and you were not sure, it would make it a little easier. It'd be hard to do at the same level of discipline, but it would also make it easier to kind of track how your body responds to certain things.
it would be very
Um,
rough if a person were to enter an exit ketosis once a week.
yeah,
They
yeah,
would
that would.
they would never actually get a chance to know they feel good if they're constantly switching their body's energy system. Like,
Mm.
I don't recommend that. Like the other parts of it maybe are fine, but the introducing sugar into the diet once a week and then having your body having to shift between gears, it's like going from diesel to gas over and over again. Like,
Mm. Yeah, fair enough.
and then you have like the electrolyte problems because when you eat carbs, of course, your body's going to hold on to salt much more, which makes salt not good for you. Like, sugar literally makes the stuff you're supposed to have bad for you. Which is why if you eat a regular diet, then you need low fat. Like, I call regular, I mean like the sugar diet most people eat. But when you're in ketosis, your body flushes out the salts constantly, so you need it. Like, I have to have a lot of salt every day.
Well, yeah, and you were saying that you don't eat fish either, so even more reason that you'd have to have salt, right? To
Just
iodize your.
dying anyways because our soil is absolutely screwed. I was gonna say F, but yeah. So even if you're not a carnivore, you probably should take iodine.
Mm.
That's something everybody needs, so they don't get enough of.
I think it's like that one, magnesium, and zinc, right? And then vitamin D, vitamin K.
Oh, vitamin D that's like an epidemic, man. Everybody's deficient. I mean, on all diets. You should look up the statistics of how many people are deficient on vitamin D. Even like if they what, and I say that what I mean is like the recommendation that the FDA has for how much vitamin D you should have is only enough to not get rickets. Not rickets. Is it rickets? I think it's rickets.
Interesting.
I hate saying something I don't know for sure. So that part, I don't know. I might be getting the disease wrong, but yeah. But either way, they recommend just enough to not have a problem. That's how they recommend things. So that's still deficient, really. It's not optimal production levels. 20 blood level IU is not. That's not. Yeah. Whereas mine is closer to like 95 probably right now.
Yeah, it's a well, and I would assume like a lot of that too is just the average person isn't out in the sun as much as we used to be, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That and the diets. The diets compete with the processed food makes it very hard for vitamin D to be absorbed. It competes with other things.
Yeah, dude, I appreciate the conversation for sure. Because at least if nothing else, it's definitely gives me something to research other than just Bitcoin.
Please do.
That's the thing, right? Do your own research always.
Like if you go into carnivore with deficient vitamin D, the carnivore diet's not going to fix that for you because it's not going to give you like a boost in vitamin D that you're not getting otherwise. If you go into it with your vitamin D fine, you'll be fine, but it's not going to fix that.
Yeah, do you
That-
still do you take vitamins with
I take
as
vitamin D
supplement?
and I take iodine,
Okay,
and that's it.
copy that.
But I would take those even if I wasn't on carnivore. If I'm and during the summertime, I reduce the vitamin D intake because I spend a lot of time in the sun now.
Yeah, copy that. Super interesting. Thanks for sharing, brother.
It's no problem. And if I'm working out really hard, I might take more electrolytes, magnesium, potassium, and salt in my water.
Yeah, I take the 'cause, for my labor job, I take a lot of magnesium, potassium, salt. Not probably enough, but I get the tablets for rock climbers and stuff. I love those things.
Never had them. And yeah, the magnesium I take even more because of my still drinking coffee, and it flushes magnesium a lot, and salt.
Yeah. I found that like the tablets, they're still a pretty low dosage because they're meant to be like that you can take as many as you need kind of thing. They're not yeah, they're designed so you can take them like every 45 minutes, like two of them. But they're really good for like getting in electrolytes without like because Gatorade's not good because of the sugar content and the food dye and um everything else, right? But they're like the best way I've found to get electrolytes in. They're just like soft chew tablets that you you just chew them. They even have a little bit of sugar, but it's not nearly as much as you'd get from most other
Well,
sources other than just strictly
insulin
getting
spike,
vitamins.
sorry, the insulin spike from the sugar probably will actually help it absorb. Yeah.
Yeah, it's possible, but I just don't like because like a lot of times like I'm addicted to Gatorade, so it's my body's become used to that as being the thing that I intake for. I think a lot of that's probably the food dye. That's the worst of it, but um probably the sugar levels. But for me these are the best way, like because even if I'm like too dehydrated to like hold down water, it allows me to get electrolytes in, which will get me closer to a point where I can hold down water. Obviously, if you're like dehydrated to that level, you should probably go to the hospital and get a saline injection or something. But um, or, well, you should go to a hospital, period, and let them figure it out. But um, yeah, that's like gotten me through some really intense like 116 heat index days working outside, hard labor, um, especially like climbing up in there.
What are they called?
I'll send you a picture. Or I'll put it in bulk chat. I just have to find. I don't remember the exact ones I get, but I get the ones from REI. You spend a little more, but you're pretty. It's decently solid on the quality of product that you're getting there. But yeah, let me see if I can find it.
What do you do with the hamburger meat after you fry it up? What do you just eat a bowl of it?
Yep, I cook 4 eggs and I mix it together, and I might cook like a thing of bacon and like chop the bacon up little pieces and throw it in there maybe if I feel like I just want extra flavor, I suppose, and crunch. That's about it.
You just make it in an iron skillet.
An iron like a cast iron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you clean your cast iron after all that grease? What's your
Soap. I take soap and anything that sticks to the bottom of it does. I use that and I dry it off and then I apply oil back to it, or like lard or tallow.
do you pour the grease in like a bowl and keep it?
I filter it through and keep it to make sure nothing stays in the grease, so I don't want it to go rancid.
So I did find them, by the way. They're called Salt Stick Fast Chews, fast acting hydration. They're 100 milligrams of sodium, 10 milligrams of calcium, 30 milligrams potassium, and 6 milligrams magnesium. They're non-GMO, gluten-free, vegan, and no artificial colors or sweeteners. And it's a total sugar content of 2 grams.
How much salt was in it? Sorry, sodium?
It's 100 milligrams.
Okay.
There are. I've been told that there are ones that are higher content, and then a buddy of mine who is salt deficient, he just gets like straight up like salt, like actual salt sticks. Because for him these aren't even enough. But
it is a really small amount of electrolytes. Let me straight up, even for an hour.
yeah, so these ones are actually for 2 tablets for every 30 minutes, is what it says.
Got you.
So, and I think
you're going to lose the most of. Good. I didn't mean to cut you off, bro.
Oh no, I'm good. I just muted up for a sec. I take these in combination with there is a mixed powder that you can make your drinks from, or you pour into water. It's kind of like a Gatorade powder, but it's like I said, it's REI. It's organic and vegan and gluten free and all that and good stuff, and low sugar as well. So I mix these with, I think it's called that I'd have to get for you. I think it's called Scratch, SKRATCH. And so I take these as supplement to that, so that basically I'm not overdoing it. These are kind of like the emergency, on top of the preventative maintenance, if that makes sense.
Okay. You are taking water with them, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So generally, what I try to do, I'm bad about drinking water, but I'll try to like drink the scratch mix water, and then at least like a regular bottle of water with that. So that's like my Gatorade, and then I have the water, and then these I will take, but they're nice because they dissolve in your mouth, so you can, like, if you don't have access to water in that moment, you can get some electrolytes in and go get your water. And for me, like that, even sometimes just getting from point A to point B without cramping up is a big deal when you're climbing steel.
I was
So
about to
it's
say,
one
man, I really like. That'd suck if you had a cramp up there. Oh my gosh.
My first climb, the last 3 towers I did was with one of my arms cramping the whole time.
Gotcha. So anybody listening to us talking, we know the same people from the same places. We both worked with the same people. We don't know each other in person, but we by chance know all the same people. Yeah.
Yep. How it goes. Small world, and I like it that way.
Like if I was still doing that job, we would absolutely know each other in person.
100%. And I think my time, I think we talked about it. I think my time started before, like after yours ended, but also I wouldn't be surprised if we met anyways, of somewhere, with someone or
It could
something.
happen. It could happen. I know a lot of people. It's a very small knit business.
Yeah. Now you started this diet recently, right?
I started the day after Thanksgiving of 2022.
So were you still working at the time in that field at all? I was curious about that.
My last show was John Mayer at the Capital One Arena in July 2019.
Okay. Yeah, so this would be before I started.
Funny thing is, I decided to go. I'm sorry, my bad.
No. I was just curious because, I was curious if it affects your body, in that kind of intense labor field or not.
What do you mean? Oh, you mean like the diet? Oh, okay. I would probably perform better. Like I'm in far better shape than I ever was in my life. Like I never was muscular or athletic before. I didn't become that until after the diet, and that's not because of the diet. It's just the discipline from the diet led to discipline everywhere else. Everywhere else.
Yeah, for sure. I mean that tracks. Like I think even just trading, like the amount of focus and discipline it takes to like be here every day and to like try to actually neutralize like that's rapidly changed my approach to everything. So
If I had my discipline that I have now when I was in that career, I would have been a better stagehand. I would have I mean, not say I was a bad one, but I would have been a much better stagehand than I was. If I was the person I am now.
yeah, I think discipline applied to anything, right? Like the more discipline you build, and something like a diet, especially as strictly as you're following, takes a considerable amount of discipline.
Mm-hmm. I would have always been there an hour early, not like 10 minutes before, 20 minutes before, or even maybe late sometimes. And like it's just everything would have been different. Whole perspective, everything, the whole way I looked at it would be different.
Yeah, I had a bit of being late this year, so that's like I also just was overextending myself, like way overextended. But that's something I was like, that's not going to happen next year, and I think that kind of it's a bit odd because the one part of me, like, it used to be when I was late, it was just laziness. Now a lot of times when I'm late, it's because I'm watching the charts and I just get sidetracked or something. But that's also like self-organization stuff. Like I kind of just jumped into this stuff and then didn't really have a good mindset or plan for it, and picked it up on the go. Whereas like I have time off to kind of figure all of that out and like build those habits and neural structures, right? So I'm hoping that's going to be something I not hoping. I'm implementing that into my structure now. I've had a few discussions with a couple of the owners of the company, so yeah, I might at least try it out even in the off season. We'll see. I'm gonna do some more research, but
Sorry, I must have lost you for what you were saying for 1 second. Try what out?
oh, the carnivore thing. The
Oh,
carnivore.
okay.
Even just a soft implementation, like I probably won't just switch straight to plain. I'll still season a bit. I'll still use butter. But maybe at least reducing.
When it comes to carnivore, like part of it, you have to, if you don't do it right, there's no point of doing it. But certain things like seasoning, I would, like I said, if it gets you past the barrier of it makes it easier to maintain it, then have seasoning. Shit, you know, like whatever, who cares? It won't be that bad. You've already cut out most of everything you need to get cut out. The mistakes people make when they try carnivore where they mess up is that they don't have enough fat in their diet. That's like I say, that's 90% of the problem people mess up with, and that's a big mistake to make.
See, that one I won't have a problem with. Solid, like much. I tried to actually reduce because I know I shouldn't eat that much with my current diet, right?
No,
But yeah, but I absolutely love that. It's my preferred cooking method, anyways. Is just to cook things in their own fat. So, I don't think that'll be an issue. Luckily, at least for me. But yeah, maybe I'll give it a try in the off season and see how my body responds to it. And if
Yeah.
I have to, adjust after, I'll adjust after. But
And remember, going in ketosis is rough, depending on like how sugarified you are. It's that transition's not easy the first time. I know you've done it before, I believe, but it's like the keto flu, as they call it's a real thing. It's because your body's going through a transition period of switching to the system it's supposed to use, and it's flushing. It's not. It has a. It's going to have a. You're going to have mineral imbalances, pretty bad. Maybe
Okay.
not. If you've done it before, you might understand how to balance that better by keeping electrolytes in your body. But
Yeah, I mean, I've been reducing. So I was definitely way over intaking of sugar, right? So I've had to reduce and so I'm definitely it's gonna be a taper kind of thing. Like I still got to taper off the sugars before I think I'm ready to do that. But I'm gonna do some more research in that time, anyways.
I would even
Um,
probably go keto before carnivore. Like I would do that first instead of like doing everything at once.
Hmm.
Like that's not what I did, but I like jumped off the roof basically. Um, I dived. I don't recommend that to people. I would recommend going keto and then transitioning into carnivore just to make it mentally easier.
Yeah, copy that. I will. Like I said, I'll do some own research before I jump into anything. But yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I think I could jump right into carnivore.
And also, like, do you guys actually have a like if besides? I would actually recommend just straight ketosis a lot of the time over carnivore, and it's not because I don't believe carnivore is the best thing for everyone. I very much do. I feel like it's not even something about my opinion necessarily. But that doesn't mean everyone should do it still. Like, do you have autoimmune conditions? Because if you don't have autoimmune conditions, then I don't know if you, I don't really know if you need to put yourself
I
through it.
don't got a spleen.
Sorry.
I don't have a spleen.
Okay, I'm dumb right now because I don't even remember what that does in the body.
It has to do with immunity.
Oh, I'll have to look. I'll have to look at the spleen and figure that out.
Blood
Deeper.
filtration. It's a pre-filter to the liver.
Okay.
That's
Thank you.
a blood collector reservoir and a immune receptor to tell your body, dude.
So if
I
you
don't
do
know.
have any direct autoimmune conditions, then anyone that has autoimmune conditions, yes, I would recommend going carnivore. If you have alopecia, you can't grow hair, if you have skin issues, like psoriasis, anything like that, it will absolutely cure it.
I
I
got
have
that.
terrible psoriasis. I have psoriasis that will make my face bleed and it's been
Oh
gone
no, I
for
don't
years.
got that. I get them things on my scalp where like you get the little scabs in your scalp, you itch,
Yeah.
but it's not dandruff.
If you, it sounds like some type of
Oh, it's paralysis.
Paralysis?
So, I have genetic disposition to psoriasis, and I'm not sure if what I have, the skin thing, is psoriasis or not. Um, but like I said, I have genetic predisposition to it, and
Mine is
then
go ahead. I'm sorry. Please.
now the thing that I've learned recently is that it could be psoriasis, it could be fungus. It could also be yeast, like overproduction of yeast. Some
Could be.
people have that as well.
Could be.
But yeah,
If you do have psoriasis though, then that's a absolute cure. Like I'm so sensitive that if I eat something like chicken that eats soy and corn, then it will pass on to me, and my psoriasis will come back and attack me for about a week.
that's super interesting too.
It sucks. Like when I have turkey on Thanksgiving, I know what I'm doing to myself. I'm gonna have a problem, but I do it anyways because it's family. It's like a family thing. So
What's
Yeah, like I
that
said,
called?
I'm never. So go ahead.
Oh, sorry. What was that called? Psoriasis, you said?
mm-hmm.
Okay.
It starts with a P, not an S.
Yeah.
It's a PS. Yeah, super interesting because I do know that like a lot of our treatments are like symptomatic treatments, not systematic treatments. At least in Western medicine, right? So, um, I definitely track with the concept.
I like that
I'll
you call
definitely
it treatment, not cure, because that's exactly what they do.
Yep.
If you want to cure
Um,
anything, you have to go to diet. It's doctors are there these days. Modern doctors, the whole way the system works is based on treating you and prescribing you the medicine. They're not a cure system.
right. They don't want a cure system in most cases. Well, I don't want to say in most cases, but in many cases, at least in big pharma, right?
Sure, there's
That-
plenty of
that-
doctors that don't like the system and they want to cure you, but they come from a system, so it's only so much they can do.
Yep.
Any doctor that speaks the truth online might get their license barred. Like it actually happens. So
Yep.
I'm wrong. I have for Psi or whatever for PSORI.
Yeah.
That shit.
Yep. It's psoriasis. Think of it like psychology. That's how the PS works, and not.
But I got rid of it with a cream.
yeah, it's steroid cream, right? I
Yeah,
used
I
to have
just
to take
rub
that
that
shit.
on my scalp.
I used to have to use that really bad for you. Not good stuff. But I had to use it for 20 years. I don't use it anymore. I haven't used it in 3 years.
That and Head and Shoulders got rid of it.
Yeah, more chemicals that are very bad for you. Yeah, it's really bad stuff. But
Yeah,
it
Head and
works.
Shoulders actually made it worse for me.
It can
Like over time,
because
and
so
it treated the
shampoo
symptoms.
it can
Sorry, go ahead.
take care of the problem, but then it'll actually dry your skin out and then it'll cause more problems. Yeah. So I also wash my hair with eggs, by the way. I don't use shampoo. Like,
Whoa.
yeah,
How does your hair smell?
perfectly fine. Doesn't smell like egg at all. And also, that's a cold shower. So, yeah.
I've
If
never heard this.
egg will cook in your hair if you use warm water, so you have to use cold water.
All right. Honey, you want to wash my hair with eggs?
My hair is the healthiest it's ever been.
Wait till my woman hears this.
I recommend if you can do it, just egg yolk.
Oh, just the yolk.
Hmm mean, you can use the white with it. I just prefer it with just the yolk. That's all
Maybe
you need.
it'll help my receding hair.
I don't know if it'll help your receding hair, but it will help your scalp not dry out. It'll make your hair will be far healthier.
What about olive oil?
It's good for your hair. I wouldn't overdo it, but I mean, in moderate amounts, it's fine. I'll wash with it.
You could put olive oil on the one
So
stuff.
like eggs have sulfur in them, and it binds with the oils in your hair and it cleans it. That's why.
Because this hard water is killing me.
You got to think like shampoo is a recent invention. Like humans went without it for a long time. They didn't always have dirty hair either. They used eggs or other fat sources. I mean, soap. Most of the time since soap was invented, that was always fat. You know, it's natural. It's not your modern soap bars that you have, your beauty bars from Dove and whatever, which are basically detergents.
Yeah, that plus the hard water is horrible.
That too. Yeah, that's a little harder to deal with, isn't it? Not much you can do about that, I guess, unless you have well water. I guess I don't know. I've never had the luxury of having well water.
Yeah, that or get a water filtration system, reverse osmosis.
Sounds pretty expensive.
Oh my God! I used to work for a water softening filtration company. And big ass machines in their basement with the coal and the freaking
With the coal? Oh, really?
yeah, whatever. No, not coal. What do you freaking call it?
I know what you
Charcoal.
mean. Yeah, this is
Charcoal.
for filter.
And what was the other things I had to put in there? It's been a long time. Clear. What the hell was it?
Yeah, I do know like charcoal was used for forever to um to purify or filter water. So you just stick a piece of charcoal, like you'd burn a stick and stick
They
it in
do
your
that.
wood.
Back in the day, they'd also drop iodine, pure like straight iodine to water to purify it, or to do the best they could. Iodine's also another good way to sterilize your gut. If you eat carbs, breads, and whatnot, it keeps yeast and other bacteria from overgrowing in your upper gut.
We'll say I'm gonna miss if I do the diet, I am gonna miss a few things.
It's a lot
I
of
can
stuff.
take a piece.
Like I watch Dave Portnoy pizza reviews every day. Like I think about pizza all the time. It's not. It's, I miss it a lot. I just it is what it is.
So you're saying it's like that X that you missed that wasn't necessarily that bad, and there was a lot of redeeming qualities, but wasn't just quite right for you.
Health depends on it. Yeah. Something like that. I mean, I have emotional attachments to certain foods, like stuff my grandmother fixed. I was raised with my grandparents, so stuff my grandparents fixed growing up, like I can never have again, essentially. Or I can only have so many more times while my grandmother's still alive that I have sentimental attachment to. So there's a lot of things I do miss. It's just, it's not worth it. It's like Is my health worth the cost of a cheap thrill? Not really. Is my discipline worth breaking for the cost of a cheap thrill? No.
I would see for that.
To me, like food and drugs are the same thing. They're all stuff that enters your body that breaks down into the pure chemical form, and your body has a reaction to them.
Okay, it was these big bags of salt. That's what they were. These big giant pellets. And I would put these big bags of salt pellets in the water softeners with the charcoal. That'll make your water soft for the whole house. It is weird. Like if you ever take a soft water shower, like it feels like you can't get the soap off. Like it's really like you're slimy.
That's what I heard of the difference between like West Coast water and East Coast is. East Coast water is much harder than West Coast water. Like in the West Coast, was it Joe Rogan? I heard talking about this years ago. I think it was him. How like the soap always feels like it's always on you after you're done. But on the East Coast, you don't feel that feeling. I haven't spent much time on the West Coast, so I don't know. But so yeah.
Well, I will say, my grandfather had a farm in Tampa, and they had it was sulfur water. And now, technically, yes, it was still hard water, but just for an East Coast example of a place where, um, you know, like the water, it didn't feel like you were clean when you were clean. It would feel like slimy almost, and it would smell like eggs.
That's terrible.
Yeah, that was like a rude
Eggs.
awakening the first time to the blessings that I had where I was compared to that experience. Although farm life and city life or suburb life are completely different anyways, right?
Yeah. I wish I could live on a farm. That's like my goals of trading. I can buy a farmland one day.
Man, that's the dream. Look, I'm not saying like the farm is the only dream, but I most definitely at least want like my first, you know, forever home, if that's what it becomes. You know, that's like you gotta have, or well, you don't have to, but I'd like to have something where I can set up a majority sustaining farm.
I want
I think
chickens
it's,
to give me my eggs, but I just want a bunch of land I can have a bunch of animals on that this is going to shock you for me being a carnivore, but that I have no intention of killing. I
yeah,
want a cow, just to have a cow. I want a pet cow. I, I want pigs just to have pigs. Like I don't want to do anything to them. Those
no,
are my
so
pigs.
I want them. They're both as like companions, but they do serve a purpose, right? Like the chickens for the eggs, the um um goats or cows, because goats are kind of just cool, and
Love goats, man.
cows graze the grass and they fertilize it
You know how bad I
and
want
milk.
a donkey? I want a donkey so bad to be my friend. You have no idea. Like
Well, okay, but like if your friend kicks you, is it still your friend?
the donkey would be, yeah, if I survived. Yeah. You gotta forgive the donkey.
Hey man, they're like better than humans, so I feel you on that, brother.
I love animals.
You ever thought about being a wildlife vet?
No, I like what I do now.
Yeah, fair enough.
I get to spend all my time with my pets at home. So, yeah. I went from being gone all the time doing that work you do to spending all of my time with my pets. To the point now when they see me put clothes on, like I'm putting a shirt on or like shoes on or something, my dogs freak
Like
out. I think I'm
they
leaving.
get concerned. Yeah,
Yeah.
because they're like, "What?
What are you doing?
Oh
Yeah,
man, that's you know what? That doesn't sound like the worst life.
it's not. It's boring as it can be, you would think, but I'm far happier.
Yeah, boring isn't always bad, right?
Not at all.
Boring can be a very good thing because I've had a very exciting life and it's been very unhealthy. uh, you know, I don't regret anything, but I certainly there's things that I would with the knowledge that I have now probably have not entertained.
I partied too much as a stagehand. Like, I got really into the life.
It's funny. I actually came here to get away from partying.
Like now, I'm as boring and dull as a person can possibly be. Like outside of like a couple of family members and my animals, like the only people I talk to is I come on here. Like, everyone I ever knew was a stagehand. Like from the moment I was 18 until I was 30 something, mid 30s, all I knew were stagehands. Everybody in my life was a stagehand. When I left the business, I stopped seeing people because of that. It means I stopped seeing everybody. So yeah, and then now I just talk to people on Discord and my dogs, my cats.
Yep.
And now I talk to a stagehand that I never met in the business. It's wild how things spin around.
Isn't it though?
The Discord.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy how it all works. It's I always thought Discord as a name in general is interesting because it's it's like disconnected, you know, it's a connection place for discourse, but it's also like you know, chaos, absolute chaos. Although this is not the most chaotic place, you know.
If it wasn't for this group, I never would have learned to do this. Like, yeah, that's true. 1000% true.
I never well, so I was in a lot of groups before this group, but I was never a Discord like person. It was like a tool that I had to use,
Mhm.
not a tool that I wanted to use until I was here.
Thames was the first thing I ever joined, and eventually I migrated here, and I've only ever been a part of one other trading Discord, which is a charge for, but I'm free because I was early. It's beside the point. But even though that's one I monthly pay for, I never really learned anything from that. I learned a lot early on from people like Dbloc, Strings, if you know who that is, even Tame early on. I did learn some from.
I mean, I've seen like a little bit of Tame's content, and like yeah, there's definitely stuff you can learn from there. You know what I mean? I'm glad that I joined the group after all of that. Just because that it does sound like it was a bit, you know.
His stuff was
bit-
very basic compared to what Dbloc teaches. Like it's good for a starter, but
yeah,
yeah. I think you're beyond that.
yeah, for sure. But yeah, no, yeah. Well, like I've been in a lot of like I was in competitive gaming and stuff, so I was in a lot of groups there and stuff too, and that I mean those spaces are just super toxic because it's competitive. I think the first groups I was in on Discord were like trading communities that like immediately they tried to sell me something or like they were like gatekeeping the information, and so I just never paid. I'm like still in them. I still get updates from them like every once in a while.
That's what I
It's kind
meant.
of funny.
I was in one early. I'm sorry to cut you up, bro. I was in one early on, and because I was so early, I guess those people got grandfathered in, and yeah, I think I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of funny because like sometimes I actually use them as like when they start like saying to pay attention to something. Sometimes I use them as confluent, like local tops.
I thought they're not useful or not. They don't have things right. I just I don't need really. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yep. That's
I look at Dbloc stuff. I look at his for confluence. I'm not really learning much anymore from that. It's just confluence.
yep. There's definitely a lot of a good deal of confluence to be found here for sure. It's really really been helpful for targets. Like if I see something and no one else sees it, it doesn't mean that I'm always wrong, but it typically tells me that there's some a big piece of information that I'm missing. You know. And generally, most of the time, it means I'm.
What was the last sentence you said? Generally, most of the time, what?
Yeah, I said generally most of the time it means I'm wrong. But there have been occasions where like my my target was exactly where it ended up going.
I don't
But
think
I
the
don't
target matters as long as it moves up in the direction you thought it was going, and you take profit in a responsible time.
see
Regardless,
that's the part for me. That's taking profit in a responsible amount of time, like taking profit before it turns.
like the last little bit, it's not worth it. It's just lock in.
Yep, and that's what I've been working on lately. Is just like being okay with taking profits earlier. Really not earlier, at like more at the right time, as compared to because I think it's not early if it's not late, right?
If I relied on targets, I wouldn't be able to do this. Like, yeah, I wouldn't make much money.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's been the hardest part is like fighting my own greed. It's the it's like battling the greed is because it's not that I'm always wrong. It's that the opportunity cost that I'm paying
Try not
to that target.
after you take profit. Try not to care anymore if it keeps going. Like I'm not saying you don't or do I don't know, but like a good thing to have mentally is not to care anymore because it's not your business anymore. Wait for the next setup. Once you
Yeah,
take profit, it doesn't matter if it keeps going.
I've
There'll be
started
another trade.
I've started doing that. That's been the thing I've been focusing on lately um is like whether I'm okay with it or not. Just being patient for the next entry. You know, that's kind of like that was I think the hardest thing I had to overcome is like is the patience to stop and wait and sit and be okay with it moving on. So at least even if it bothers me, right? Is like just to be patient for a proper entry. And that's radically reduced the frequency at which I wreck these like small accounts that I'm working with, and also the amount of mitigation that I'm applying
You do
is incredible. Sorry, I was burping. What'd you say?
I said, do you do leverage? It sounds like you do leverage.
Yeah. That is that's something I did a lot this past year. That's something I'm trying to step away from now. I'm not going to entirely step away from it, but I'm going to be very tactical about when I utilize leverage, and very small with very small with the amount of my portfolio that's going to be in leverage. Because I'm fine with taking risk on small amounts to get big gain, um, at the right times, right? When there's a lot of confluence, when there's uh, when it's a pretty, I would say when it's a high probability chance that it's going to go to somewhere. I'm fine with using leverage, but I'm more using that as a training mechanism than anything, like understanding the cost, understanding the risks. It's if I can do it with, if I can be 30%, profitable, right? 30% win rate. On a 1 to 3 risk reward with leverage. Or even like a 10% win rate, then I can be a 30% win rate on 1 to 3 risk to reward on spot is the way I kind of see it. Or you take away the X's and that math doesn't work directly, but it allows me to. It means that I have to be really right, and my theory has to be consistent. So I'm getting more consistent, and my strategy is getting more consistent, and it'll adjust a little bit with spot, but it means that like I'm looking at it like putting training weights on and doing something and then taking those weights off and then doing it. That's what works for me. I wouldn't necessarily suggest it to anybody else.
I paper traded a lot early on, as well as traded to make money. But yeah, I did that to practice my entries as much as possible.
Yeah, I think that actually brings some good points. I can probably transfer most of my leverage trades into paper trades so that I can still test the theories, but that I reduce my at-risk costs, or the amount of my portfolio that I'm risking. Although I will say, I think now I could be a little more successful doing that. I think initially, like I kind of need that's been a hallmark of how I learned, which is why I did that. The Like for me, it was, if I'm not like actually risking something, I'm not going to trade the same way, because I didn't have the discipline to practice in the way that I would trade, or to trade in the way that I would practice, if that makes sense. Either way, actually, both directions. So, but I think I've started to, like, I know I'm well acquainted with the real cost of trading with high leverage and or leverage at all, really. But like I've already noticed the difference. Like I'm like now for me, because I learned it very, very high leverage. If I lower my leverage, I have a much better win rate. Right, I'm better at pulling out my profits. Or even if I don't take profits on the smaller targets, that I have more than enough padding, more than enough margin available to be able to stay in the trade long enough. Because that was the other part, was just figuring out like the timing, like how long can I stay in this trade, and at what point does the drawdown, after you know um, after finding a local top, uh, either wreck the account, or at least at the small amounts that I'm trading, like wreck the account, or if not, liquidate me, uh, make it not worth the time spent in trade. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I get that because I don't stay in trades very long at all. Like I'm pretty happy with about 1, 2, 3% per trade, several times a day.
Yeah, I typically shoot higher targets, but I'm reducing the percentage targets that I'm going for, especially now that we're not like or most likely not going to see another all-time high. It's that's reduced it significantly. like after that October 10th drop, and then the following kind of like dump down to 80K. That changed my perspective a bit, or added information for the dynamic we were in at the time. I am
Oh, my small percentage system is not a suggestion. That's just how I trade. It's I don't. I can make way more money if I trade a different style, probably. I just have a system that I like, and at the end of every day, I don't need, I don't need $5,000-$10,000 a day like other people, which is great. I mean, if I could do that, cool. But you know, I don't do leverage. I do spot. So
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of getting used to switch to spot, but like I said, I think um I I definitely think, like, in terms of risk management, that's the move that's gonna make the most sense for me. Maybe not right away, but absolutely reducing the amount of leverage trading that I do, or the frequency of leverage trading that I do is gonna be like is something that I'm implementing. Because yeah, it's just like financially, it's just not worth it. Like if I had a better win rate, or I was targeting lower risk to reward, or sorry, higher risk to reward, um, lower percentage gains, I think I would be more successful. But uh, but again, like for me, this was my year to kind of learn and to just plunge in, because that's how I knew how to. Um, but I have built up a bit of discipline here, and I've
What-
also built up a tuition. So
when you say
it
win
doesn't.
rate, like, what's your rate if you could have any idea of actually like going into profit, and that maybe you don't take profit and then it goes back under, like, I
Oh, that's my win rate. So
if you were to take profit
if I
in
were to take profit
yeah,
when I thought about taking profit, right? Or
that's what I'm curious about, because this might be an easy fix.
yeah, yeah,
If your entries are good, then you might have an easy fix here.
yeah. I would say out of my trades, probably 50% of my entries are good. It used to
I
be
would
more
start
like
there, bro. I would start taking profit, because it sounds
yeah,
like you don't need to fix the entries as much as maybe it's the other part.
yeah,
And
yeah.
it's
No,
not to say you
100%.
can't work on that too. I mean, what do I know? I don't know. I'm not there. But just based on what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's now I am now getting to where my entries I think are good. I'm like I understand it well enough, and I'm better at picking entries, and I'm more patient, because that was the first big hurdle was fixing my patience, and because
I've heard people. I mean, I heard Dbloc say one time, and I'm sorry, I hate to quote him when he's not here, but I heard him say one time that a lot of people that hold on to trades that don't maybe cut off trade when they should, not just take profit, but it's getting to where it maybe should be cut because of other reasons. They don't actually like to trade, so they don't like to has to do the whole process over again of being patient, finding an entry, and they don't even realize they don't like it. But if you realize it, and then I don't know, you can start maybe look at it differently. I'm not saying you, but it's the general person. Yeah, when he said that, I understood what he meant exactly. I don't mind the process.
Hey, sorry, brother. My phone died.
What's going on?
Oh, I just forgot to charge my phone. But yeah, so you were saying, um, uh, sorry, you were saying that you thought this was a pretty easy fix. So
Well,
what I was gonna bring up that I have some external pressures, which is part of the reason why I am playing with leverage to learn leverage. But um, again, I'm working, so it's like I have my fallback kind of thing if I have to. Um, so I'm not opposed to working spot. I just am not going to be able to just day trade spot for some
oh,
time.
I
In
didn't mean
terms
to
of,
fix. Sorry, I didn't mean to fix like from using leverage or not. I just meant like by taking profit earlier, if you
oh
need
yeah,
to.
yeah,
That's all.
sorry. Yep. No, I think that's definitely like a big thing. Um,
If you do leverage, you do leverage. You know, you if you can do it successfully, you'll make more money. I just don't do it. Um, I might make more money if I did. Maybe I wouldn't. Maybe my mindset would change and like I wouldn't trade the same or something. I don't know.
yeah, I mean it's hard to say. I do know like in terms of risk, the risk is definitely like way greater, and I would say the reward can be greater, but you have to be like a sharpshooter every time kind of thing if you really want that reward to be greater, you know. And I'm not there yet, so um, that is sort of like I am definitely going to reduce my time in leverage, and my portfolio amount in leverage, if that makes sense. Not all of it's in there anyways, but I still want to reduce it. So at least if I'm risking less, and then taking profits. It's like that's gonna be key. Because either way, even if I'm gonna play with leverage or not gonna play with leverage, either way I have to be able to take profits perfectly, right? Like that's the thing that like now I think this year is gonna be more focused on like uh the self control side, like the um like adjustments and uh realigning myself to the markets more than I think like the first year was just kind of figuring out the markets, figuring out what's going on, figuring out the underlying
I'd say
underlying mechanisms.
based on a little bit I know about you and, like the way how your trading life, you've made it way farther in the first year. This is your first year that I did in my first year, by far, by far. So good
I
for you.
appreciate that.
I mean, it's yeah, you're welcome, but you don't have to say thank you or appreciate it. Like it's just it's true. I believe that's true.
I got good teachers, and I've had access to good teachers for a while, and also I've got people that'll yell at me, so that helps.
The only reason I was able to learn this is because I made a lot of money by luck, if you want to call it that. I hate that word luck. Um, during the last bull run, when I came into this whole thing, like that was just by sheer luck of buying the right thing at the right time during that crazy altcoin season we had. And so that gave me enough money to not ever have to go back to work and to actually like take a chance and on myself, if you will, and spend the next couple of years learning everything I could about it and paper trading a lot and then trading enough just to make enough money. And eventually I became profitable, at enough rate to keep doing this full time.
Yeah, I haven't been so lucky. Well, lucky is yeah. I like chance. I haven't had the chances in my favor in such a manner, but I also think like that's part of because I progress fast in a lot of things, but I've definitely progressed faster in this than I kind of even expected, or not expected, but saw possible. And I do think a lot of that is like kind of the pressures that I'm sitting on. Um, but like it's it's a bit of make it or break it. Although, again, I've learned quite a bit from this about risk mitigation in general and life. So it's not as break it as it was. But that's just kind of like been a lot of my life. So uh performance is necessary, and I knew like also like I do have a passion coming in. Like I didn't have a passion for this, but I had a passion for like learning, and then this was a great place to learn, right? So
Absolutely.
but yeah, it's not. I say make it or break it. It's not make it or break it. It's make it or continue as I've continued. But there are some bigger external pressures that I do have to take into consideration at some point, right? So it's like either make it or I have to figure the next thing out. But I do think this is like regardless is going to be a part of it. It just um, I won't be able to play with leverage. I won't be able to play with certain things if I don't get it right. I guess, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? It just means I have to modify. I have to modify and discipline the ways that I'm trading, which I think is going to happen. Like that's already something that's on my mind, anyways. Um, it is going to affect external, like some external emissions. So like that's kind of the bigger thing is if I can do this very successfully, there's certain things that I can do, right? Like I have more money to invest in fixing my PC faster because as of late, right now my laptop's down too. So because I have like one snapshot or like recovery thing that allows me to get into my laptop, but something in the Linux update for NVIDIA or NVIDIA's update for Linux broke my Linux kernel. So otherwise I would have just hopped back on here, which I was trying furiously. But so like it's like not impossible for me to deal with things that, like I'm more than blessed with this with the assets I have available and the things I have available, but it just it constricts the potential, and it could just the potential to meet certain goals that I have, like my 1 year, 5 year, 10 year kind of more short term goals. But it also constricts the potential of the long term goals if I don't get it right. So that's been a consistent pressure into like kind of having to uh, dedicate myself to learning. That's also why I did play with leverage like I did, because even if like if I have to start from zero, I can do that. But if I don't force myself to learn at a certain pace, or not force, because I hate like learning can't be forced. It's like it happens or it doesn't, or it happens to this percentage that it does, right? But that's some of the motivations underneath. I think are a big part of why I've kind of been very dedicated to learning and um,
So I don't really think there's anything wrong with using leverage if you can handle it mentally. Like it's the problem if anything, and at least I believe this is a belief here, not a fact, is that it changes like how you feel it. It changes your mental approach to it. There's more pressure on you. It's a mental game for me. When I started in this Discord, like I'll say Tames, because the same community had just moved for the most part and grew more. Back then, almost no one in the group did leverage. At least not they talked about it much, because like Tame didn't, Dbloc didn't, Thru didn't, all the main big guys didn't do it. Tame eventually started doing leverage, like a lot. It obviously became his thing, but at first he didn't. In fact, he told everyone not to. And that's just since that's where I started. That's just what I never did. I did do some leverage, but I never really became my thing. And yes, for me at the back then, it felt different. Like, and as time went on with spot, I started to train myself not to just feel anything as I traded at all. Like I don't feel anything about win, I feel nothing about lose. I just became like a robot, and that did help a lot. And I try to maintain that. If I go to leverage now, I don't know if I'll maintain that. I don't know. And that's really for me why. So when I ask people about leverage, I'm not insulting it or like putting it down or anything. It's just I'm just curious. That's all.
Sorry, I was throwing a slice of pizza in the air fryer, but yeah, no, I don't feel any type of way about how I'm looking at. I'm talking about leverage with a negative connotation because of the risks and my ability to deal with those risks, right? But yeah, I'm not like against leverage. I just think that for me, because even though I've learned quite a bit, right? You know, I think it is consistent to say that leverage is it's much harder to deal with like emotionally to neutralize emotions through leverage and therefore to mitigate risk and to take profits at healthy points, right?
You know, another thing I had to learn since you mentioned what I think you just said made me think of it is like I'd probably have to learn risk management a lot better too. That I like after all these years, it's probably something that I haven't learned as much as other people. A system for that because on their spot, I don't have to worry about it as much, if you will. Um, but with that, I would like with adjusting how much leverage I use versus how much like if you want to call my account, how much money is in the account, how much capital, whatever. How much dry powder. That would change dramatically. So yeah, that's something I'll have to work on if I ever tried that. Sorry, it's just something that occurred to me.
No worries. Whatever it is that you got to learn from it. I'm glad if you're getting value from our conversation as well. That's kind of the goal, right? But I look at leverage. Um, I think the way I've heard Big Bro say it is that it's when you look at it when he looked at it, that the amount of time that you're out of the play, if you get it wrong, right? It's like that's sort of what you're that's like kind of the greatest risk I think in it. Obviously, you're risking your capital, right? But if you're even if you're a good leverage trader, I think you're missing out on a lot of opportunities if you're over leveraged, right? Which I am right now. I say I am for my skill level.
What's wild about that, dude? Sorry to cut you up, but if you remember what you're saying, what's wild about that is the best leverage traders I know of. They've from the very beginning, they've always done 75, generally 75 or more. Yeah.
Well, then I'm headed in the right direction because I started at
They have
500.
stop losses, I guess, but they mark in and out too. Like I don't want to say who because I'm not trying to promote other discords in here. But yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Like I get jealous sometimes a little bit, and not jealous, but like sometimes I watch him and what he's doing lately. And this is the guy I'm grandfathered into his Discord, by the way. We started at the same time doing this, and just the other day I watched him for the first time. I mean, it's his first time he's doing it, but he's doing it on average now. He's doing $50,000 trades in a matter of minutes. Like, yeah, yeah, man. I'm like, dude, like we're basically doing the same setups too. And it's like I can't do that. I'm not doing that. Like,
So,
like,
the kind of philosophy and the reason why, like, even though I play in leverage, it's not my long-term plan is yes, you can potentially make that. But you also hear about like like October 10th, how many people in the crypto market got completely liquidated in that one move, right? And so I look at it, yeah, you can make that, but it's just like anything else, fast money, you know, fast money come, fast money go, right?
I
And
sent yours.
so
Though. Sorry.
I appreciate it. Fast money come, fast money go, right? So I'm not opposed to making fast money. It's the hard part about making fast money is to learning to discipline to not losing fast money, right? To not spending it. And I think that the blessing that comes from not playing in leverage, right, is that you really learn to value every dollar that you gain. And that's sort of, it's like I have certain goals that I want to meet. And some of those goals are much more accessible in the short term with leverage, right? But that doesn't mean easy. And that also means that the risk is much greater if I'm going to achieve those goals in the short term and leverage. So even if I achieve those goals in the short term and leverage, the reason why I don't want to continue or I want to at least reduce my exposure through leverage is I don't want this money to be something that, like, I don't want the gains and the profitability to be something that, like, for example, CME going 24 hours, you know, completely wipes, right? Or that relearning the markets after a major shift is what I'm really saying. Or an evolution how they move, or them taking an edge way means that, you know, I risk too much because what I want to do is not even build a nest egg, just build towards financial freedom. And so I'm not at the point profitability wise, even though I've gotten better with my entries. I'm not great at taking profits, but, you know, like, I have a system that if I disciplined a little more would be functional in leverage. But even so, um, it is really important to me to like temper myself through that. And I think it's a lot easier to temper yours, or not a lot easier, but I think it's I think it's the vast amount of people are much more successful tempering themselves without with low leverage or no leverage, right? Versus I think high leverage, yeah, you can shoot up ahead, but, like, you still got to build a ladder down. You know, you can't just stay up and yeah, well, you know, maybe some people stay in the sky forever, right? But um for me, it's like I want to build a strong structure. That's why I'm training in leverage, but I my ultimate goal is to be able to accumulate uh, a feasible amount of wealth through this. Not necessarily like I don't need to be rich, but like a wealth of knowledge, enough money, right? To be able to pursue some of the other goals that I have. And it's really all about, like, time, the amount of time that I have, right? And that's something I don't have now. So that's
How old are you? Sorry.
35.
I just turned 40. So yeah.
Yeah. And I don't mean age time. I mean, you know, circumstantial time, right? And not just circumstantial time, but, like, time to pursue certain goals.
I absolutely feel like I'm running out of time. Unfortunately. Time is the most expensive commodity.
Yeah, sorry, grabbing my pizza. Yeah, no, 100%. And it doesn't just, like, magically, you know. Well, I don't think there's gonna be a magic switch that makes that any better, right? Um, Now, say that, but at the same time, I do think that there are magical moments that can shift the dynamic, right? And, like, for me, finding this Discord, learning to appreciate the markets and to study the markets and being a student of the markets was like one of those magic moments. But in terms of profitability, I'm not there yet. Or sustainable profitability, I
I
should
get
say.
what you're saying on magic moments, even though it breaches outside the topic we're having at hand. If I haven't found trading in this community, I wouldn't have eventually found carnivore. I wouldn't have eventually found the discipline that I have from carnivore. Then I wouldn't have the discipline from carnivore to apply back to my trading.
Yep.
It's like I understand a lot of people don't believe in God, and I used to not believe in God, but man, it really it gives me goosebumps sometimes, actually. Yeah.
God, I feel that. I don't personally believe in God, but
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't even trying to bring God up necessarily, but in
no,
that
no, no.
moment,
I
yeah,
know what you're getting at, which is
yeah.
it's what I would call like a divine moment, right? Or yeah, but it's the same idea. We just have different approaches to it and different beliefs around it, right?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And yeah, no, 100%. I like, and that's the thing is like even if I have to pursue my path differently, because I don't quite get it right in time, or I don't get it successful and repeatable and sustainable in time. I don't think that's going to change whether or not I'm here studying the markets with you guys, because the lessons that I learned are a multitude beyond just trading, right? So. Now that being said, like it may just mean I have to shift from trading, like day trading, to medium term and long term investments, and work through it in a way that's paying me more, right? But that's not like to me that's not a loss. That's just a thing that I'll have to address when I get to that point. The only loss is that competing with myself, I'd be losing to the thing that I think that I can make happen, or that I can make work, which ultimately is myself, right? Okay, that's why I think this year is going to be my year of like I have to temper myself and uh kind of rope it in. You know what I mean?
So you've only traded in a bull market?
Yeah, I've had
correct?
I've everything else before that I would consider like long term investments or speculative long term investments. Some of them even gambles, right? Like there's tons of crypto that I bought that was just I had no clue what I was doing. I had no clue what I was looking at, and I was just oh, this sounds good. You know what I mean? So I bought it. At least it sounded believable, like believable enough for the crypto space, right? I was like, oh, I'll buy this now, and so yeah, I was an investor. I would say I was an investor before
Yeah.
before I started studying here.
This is the trading aspect as far as like actual charting, day trading, you've only done the bull market. You'll So I made, like I said, I came in during the bull market, and I made like initial like just buying crypto money from doing that. But I started most of my learning came in the bear market. Uh, yeah, I mean, I actually made more money during the bear market than I have this bull market.
Yeah, I'm starting to kind of understand that like there's a lot of opportunity there. Well, not understand. I should say I'm starting to realize the potential for there being a lot of money there just from hearing yourself and Qui-Gon and some others talk about the bear market.
I just think you learn easier during it because like everything works correctly. I don't know if that's the proper word for it because I don't. That's probably not, but that's the best way I can describe it. Everything works properly.
Like the structure
And
makes sense.
yeah,
There's
TA works. It doesn't
yeah.
overshoot. Things don't just keep going. And it's probably part of why I take profit early the way I do. I don't always wait for what my alleged targets, if I want to call them that, the areas that I feel like it should go to. I don't like call it a target, because it's easier to predict turnaround points than it is targets. Like exact targets, in my opinion. Just general turnaround areas. But 1 second, sorry. But yeah, I think because of like stuff not running stupidly going up during the bear market, when things turn around quicker, it probably trained me to take profit quicker. And it's probably something to do with why I do it that way. I don't know if it does, but I say probably subconsciously, yeah. I don't ever trust when stuff runs too much, I guess.
Yeah, sorry, 1 second.
You're good.
Yeah, I'm honestly looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it for a couple of reasons. Like, I think what attracted me to Bitcoin in the first place is its volatility, right? That being said, after like actually charting it and watching it on a day-to-day basis, I think in the macro, like it's a lot easier to be attracted to that volatility. But I think in the from like day to day, that volatility is like kind of crazy. And not just the volatility of Bitcoin, but like the crypto space in general is like when things would run, sometimes they would just run. Like it's not like there wasn't a reason, but like sometimes that reason was um like it would have been hard to foresee the probability of that reason being the reason that it ran certain like different assets, right? Some of it, super easy to track, like, oh well, it hit, it got listed on Binance or something. There's certain things that were more reasonable, but like even then, like for someone new in the markets, it's like it was a lot. Now, I think that's also like a lot of my biggest losses were seeing things go to all-time highs for the first time, like to actually like witness that and know where that was at and to see it happen as it was happening. And so it's like I think that it uh like well, definitely at the time, right? Because at the time it wasn't like I didn't really have the understanding of I didn't know how to neutralize yet. I didn't know how to I was still setting expectations based off of recent history, right? Instead of looking at like kind of the bigger picture, looking at past experience, right? So now it's not so much expectations, it's more just like there is in the back of my mind a potential for it to go somewhere, but it's more like my understanding of the probability of it going there, right? Because I'm learning more and more, but there's still parts of it where I'm like, like I'm betting on the less probable option because of the percentage, like the risk to reward overall of that of if it makes it there, and it generally never makes it there. I've had a few where like I was like either right on target or I was close, and I was like I was pretty much maximizing my gains. But the percentage of those trades versus the trades where I missed it didn't hit my target, or it didn't hit my target in the amount of time where it would have made sense for me to bet, not bet, but kind of bet, at that, bet on it hitting that target, or trade on it on the bias of it hitting that target, right?
Do you continue what you're saying? But I have a question based on what you're saying when you're done.
I had something else, but I hadn't quite gotten there yet, so I'm not sure where I was going with that. But go ahead.
Oh, sorry if I made you lose it, bro. I hope not.
No, it wasn't you.
Okay, so do you trade like a lot of coins and leverage that are like outside of Bitcoin, or are you mostly just trading Bitcoin with leverage?
Mostly just Bitcoin, especially now. Like
Okay.
now, I pretty much only trade Bitcoin. Sometimes I will trade like one other asset, like whatever is kind of hot at the time. Sometimes I'll get into that, especially if it's like continuing to perform after that first kind of like pump.
I got you.
But
It sounded like for a second you maybe traded a lot of coins outside of it, but if you're talking about Bitcoin, then never mind. Like I was just going to suggest maybe of leverage trying to stick to Bitcoin and other things that are more reliable to move when
yeah,
they should.
so
Um,
at the leverage that I trade at, the only coins I really have access to that level of leverage are Bitcoin, XRP, Solana, and Ethereum, I think. And
Gotcha.
honestly, like, yeah, and this isn't a diss to any of those other assets. It's just for me, I've not been nearly as successful trading any of those other assets as I have Bitcoin. The only one that I kind of like will trade in and out of in super high leverage is XRP, and that's generally when my accounts in such like if I wreck myself and I have enough to trade in XRP, but I don't have enough to trade in Bitcoin. And so like I will trade XRP a bit. I actually prefer, I think when I was trading a little lower leverage, I preferred XLM versus trading XRP because you kind of got like that. It didn't always move as much. Sometimes it moved more, but you did kind of get like a heads up when XRP would run almost is the way I would kind of call it. Um, but yeah, generally I trade Bitcoin. I do chart a bit on some other assets, but not consistently. And that's something I will explore once I get my system down with Bitcoin, kind of thing.
yeah, it's probably a good idea as far like the only recommendation there was literally just I would say to just leverage Bitcoin, maybe ETH or Sol, and I wouldn't mess with anything else. In fact, that's pretty much what I trade myself. My biggest loss this cycle has been a investment or a long holding bag of a coin that I was probably too emotionally attached to.
Yeah, I get that. I had a few that. Well, so that was like coming in. I think I was more emotionally attached to not more emotionally attached than Bitcoin, but there was quite a few where like I had emotional attachments to a lot of other crypto assets. I kind of neutralized that because like I had those emotional attachments based off of the short amount of time that I would spend looking at like where they were on the chart and seeing those moves and remembering those and not like seeing any of the other movements that happened after, you know? Um, so it's like I remember that uh I'm trying to think of an example. Like any number of assets that, you know, something crazy happened and they pumped and I watched, you know, my even if it was just like $1, I watched $1 turn into $10. You know what I mean? Which is that's great. Um, but like that's also what I remember because at that time, then I generally either I kept it open and I forgot how much I lost after you know leaving it in spot,
Mm-hmm.
or I pulled it out and I cashed out and or put it into Nvidia or something like that. And yeah, so like now from watching the markets, like and from charting more than you know, I mostly charting Bitcoin, but also watching the charts for several other assets. Uh, yeah, there was a lot that I was able to kind of like. It was a little easier for me to let go of. And I think because I'm lucky, you know, lucky or you know in the right place at the right time, kind of thing to have learned when I did and gain some of these awarenesses. Like I'm trying to mostly just stick to Bitcoin. There's a couple stocks that I follow, but I don't follow Legacy nearly as much. Um, but like Nvidia is a big one, and there's a lot of like there's a lot of knowledge that I have from just tech in general that has you know kind of made me keep track of a few companies. Um, Nvidia, AMD, you know, being two of the bigger ones, but Nvidia being the most successful for me. And then you know, D-Wave Quantum, um, which is That's just the only one that I have exposure in the quantum area. But because it's worked for me, I'm sticking with it, even though there's others that have produced higher ROIs. And like TSMC, there's some things that I was already exposed to because of gaming that I did a lot of research on because of gaming. So that's sort of an edge I have in some of those things. But actually probably have more of an edge in those as businesses or as assets or commodities, right? As trading instruments, I should say. I probably have more exposure and knowledge on those things than I did on Bitcoin. I think at this point now, Bitcoin is something like I still understand Bitcoin. I think better than I understand any of those, and I still, I'm still learning a lot about Bitcoin. So, but yeah, from a risk management, like from just looking at my assets and where I'm going to best deploy, I think my assets as a trader, and not as an investor or a long-term investor, is, I mean, actually as a long-term investor too, right? Like Bitcoin, that's kind of the one that makes the most sense to me.
This bag I mined probably 3/4 of and bought the rest, but nonetheless, it still was a lot of money that it's not worth the amount of money when I mined most of it. Not even close. It's a pretty sad loss.
I wonder if we've mined the same thing or not.
I even started a business off of this with my brother recently. I'm still making money off of it. We just get rid of the coin every day.
Yep. So that was like
It's H&T.
Yeah, okay. So for me, it was Ravencoin, which
Okay.
I love Ravencoin as a project because it's a ASIC resistant mineable coin. And for me, for the level of mining that I did, like I mined on one GPU, which by the way is how it's not Ravenscoin's fault, it's my own fault. But yeah, I fried my GPU and my CPU on Ravencoin.
Damn.
That's because I left it open for 3 months while I was too busy at work and forgot.
I'm not laughing at you, but it's
Yeah, no, trust me, I laugh about it too. So don't feel bad. uh, I came back and I was like, oh crap, I haven't been home for 3 months, or I haven't been home but to sleep and eat, and
I've
that's
had
all the energy I had.
numerous of my outdoor Wi-Fi hotspots destroyed by storms, but that's about all the miners I had destroyed.
Oof. Yeah, mine. Okay. I also do a bit blame the what do they call those? What's the opposite of OEM? Aftermarket, I guess. The aftermarket vendor for this part. Well, I don't know if it's aftermarket because they're licensed, but the licensed producer of this card.
I know what you're
Because
saying.
yeah, they I have the same motherboard and it didn't work together, and that to me is crazy already. Like, how do you design two things in the same line with the same brand and they're not compatible? But yeah, but I don't blame them because again, you know, you're I don't even know if it's good to leave. Well, I don't think it's good to leave your computer on for 3 months straight, right? It's not going to be the worst thing for it if it's not mining or being active. But yeah, I don't think you should do that. And then on top of that, you definitely shouldn't leave your computer running mining for 3 months.
When I was a kid, like they used to tell us to never turn the computer off, and we never did for years. Any of them, they just always ran. But of course, they weren't doing anything. They're just Windows 95, 98.
Yeah, you know where I think that comes from? I think that philosophy is now I don't know that it's not I don't know that it's wrong, but I think that philosophy is the same mindset that you spend less gas if you leave your car on at the light.
Well, back
Because
then, what I used to get told, like was that it was not good to turn to heat up the chip and the paste and then cool it off, then heat it up again to cool it off. That's what I was eventually told when I asked about that. I don't know if that's the actual reason, but that's the best reason I was ever given.
I do think that's true though. I think from a just like now I'm not like studying on this, but I do believe that to be true. Generally, things like to not change temperature at a high frequency, right? At a high pace or a high
Yeah,
frequency.
that's why I'm not
Um,
like saying if it's true or not, because I don't know enough about that field to say. But
Yeah,
it makes sense when I hear it, I guess.
yeah. No, and I'm in the same boat. Like I think that tracks. But yeah, I also think that there is a threshold of temperature and also just threshold of the quality of parts maybe that this card was made of. That you probably I probably shouldn't have left it running at mining, which is pretty heavy workload for a GPU. And I was mining both on the GPU and the CPU, so I
Yeah,
was still
it's
mining.
like running a game for like months, you know.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
all we do.
Or like video rendering for 3 months straight.
Whereas
Um,
the ASIC miners are kind of built for it.
right. And now, see, I'm not like entire. Well, I'm not against it. I'm not a. I think the loss of accessibility to the average person to mine when things went in the direction of going to ASICs mining only for certain assets,
Yeah.
I was not a fan of. Right. But that's also because at that time when I looked at the prices, I couldn't afford an ASICs miner. Now I also wasn't aware that those prices for ASICs miners fluctuated as well with the markets, right? Like I didn't know how how different the price for an ASICs miner during the bull run was from the bear run. I'm starting to learn that now.
You wouldn't imagine that when I got into this trading thing that right before that I didn't even know what crypto was. I heard of Bitcoin. I thought it was video game money, like shark cards or something.
Mhm.
Like I had no idea what it was.
It
Dead
kind of makes
serious.
sense though. That's that. Yeah, I get that. I get that perception.
And like I was a giant computer nerd growing up, so like sometimes I feel like if I wasn't so busy being a stagehand, I still would have been a computer nerd, and I probably would have mined Bitcoin early on, and I actually would have been better.
So
It is what it is.
the first time I heard about Bitcoin, um, it's not that I didn't believe the guy. It's that I didn't like. So the guy who told me about it was the actual boyfriend of the girl I was seeing that she lived with. And I was the other guy. And not proud of this, by the way. This, you know, um, wasn't a good thing. But and not something I do anymore. But yeah, it was different times. So being that he was the guy,
I got plenty of that too, bro. Don't judge yourself.
well, it wasn't healthy. So um I think I'm being honest about that one, right? Um Probably wasn't the right thing. And was probably pretty hurtful to both that person and toxic for me and the person that
I mean, I just
anyway.
have many regrets myself. So
Yeah. So yeah, so he was the one that told me about it. And it wasn't that I didn't believe him. It was that it was like, am I gonna take advice? And well, at the time I didn't really have the funds to buy. Like it was a decision of do I eat today or have cigarettes to smoke, or do I buy this thing that could just be like that's pretty unproven at this point. And when he told me about it was like real early on, and and I was like, am I gonna go off of the advice from this guy who, like, I would almost have felt. I think I'm kind of glad because I would have felt really bad if I invested in it and then became rich and then um Yeah, there's other reasons I would have felt bad, but yeah, so it was kind of hard to take that super seriously at that time while it was unproven from a guy who um I don't know if he was aware or not aware, but either way, who I was kind of like stealing his girl. So uh yeah. And if he's listening, dude, like I'm sorry, man. Like that was messed up, and yeah, I kind of do actually feel really bad about that. But but yeah, I mean, so yeah, that was kind of like my introduction to Bitcoin way back when. And I remember he was explaining it. He was like, "Yeah, it's like solving an equation." And I was like, "So what is like is this equation like?" I was like, "Is it like gonna like solve something or?" He's like, "No, it's just like how records to the ledger and yada yada." It's like, yeah, I didn't understand these things at the time. Yeah, I had no idea what cryptography was, and like I knew what it was, but I didn't know how it functioned, I guess. Uh, and I remember thinking like I was like, oh, I wonder if like I think I asked him. I was like, I was like, so is it like because he was like talking about the democratization and it's standing um as a way to dismantle global financial systems, and which I was like, yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Um, and I was definitely for it. I was like, so wait, like, is it generating like code to like hack the system or like what? How does this work? And that's where he lost me. And like I said, the other factor. So, um, but so I was exposed pretty early.
What's going on, gang? How's everybody doing? Mic check, we good? All right, cool. All right, nothing to see here. Really still in the trap. We do have a W that would take us to get that vector above if we're going to have a topside deviation. Kind of looks like we're setting up for it. But do not be surprised if we just range. Don't get married to any patterns inside of the weekend trap. We've managed to bring both CME closes inside of our psychological ranges. And so as far as that job's done. So now during the week, as we come back into the psychological ranges, these CME gaps will close naturally. One less headache for market maker. Yep. Let me get anything else we gotta cover that happened? We're still inside of that bearish flag. Yeah, I just didn't like that line cutting through. It was upsetting me, but we are retesting the break of that bearish flag. And let's take a look at Jasmine. Oh, Jasmine. How do I love these? Let me count the ways. Bro, we put in this higher low structure here. That shit would be nutty. One thing I could tell you about Jasmine is when those boys in Japan decide that it's time to go, they don't really pay too much attention on what Bitcoin's doing. Second Bitcoin consolidates, bro, they're off to the races. Big volume gap, we took that. Another large volume gap above us. But this was significant, right? Just for a little bit of perspective, because it got beat up so bad that it even has the potential to do anything. Yeah, that measured move takes us up to the next large high volume node at 1, 2. There's one thing I've said, and it's sort of stood through the past 8 years, is that Jasmine underneath a penny is all right. Let's get Discord back in here.
Anymore, I'm into institutions. I should just
Yeah.
clarify.
Oh, yeah. No, I think I understood. I believe that was the assumption that I was.
Got you.
Oh,
That's good. That's good.
I mean, it's the draw that we need now, right? Because
Okay. Work that out real quick. Take a look at liquidation. Nine, 4, 3. Like that group that wanted to pick up at 80 is giving up on that idea. Don't be too hard on Discord. Remember, that's just y'all once you join the Discord and you're sitting there bored, yapping. The people that don't want to hear what you gotta say. All right, let's bring that W pattern up to respectable heights. We've put in so much work here. You can see how important holding this higher low is here on this structure. And validation. I'm not gonna lie, I low-key like the arrows on Kiyotaka. Right, super fancy. So this structure on the 4 hour, if it plays out in its totality, gives me the top range of our dead cat bounce, 108. Right, that puts us into this support. Right, that's my top range for the dead cat bounce. If we can get above that support and turn this resistance into support, or we're getting up here and we're now holding, then and only then can we start talking about right translated cycles. But it took us this long to build the structure that builds the road to actually get us there. Right? We know the liquidations are there. Now we have the structure that we need. So all we need are for market participants to do their job and let this shit ride. Some TPs on the way, 939, 95, 97. These are people just scaling out of position. Yep. Starting to look pretty good. And then on a daily, if we go to our macro daily here, that's the structure that we've been playing with. What the hell is wrong with these colors? Oh, I know what that is. Vortex trend tracker. Our Vortex trend tracker usually gives us what I don't like to use it because it's one of the final sort of signs that you get that it's over. Right, like if you go to the weekly. Right, for the most part, when that kicks in, right, you're close to when you're going to your accumulation. Right, like if we put, I guess let's do this. There. Just trying to be thorough here. So if we come, that's every time that that trend tracker's turned red. So if we come and look at what price does. This was super low. We were 2011, right? Low liquidity, prices went crazy at that time. This one came in a couple of days after the dead cat bounce. Right, but you can see from that point forward, things drop down into the bear. The reason I said that I don't like to use it is because if you're just figuring out that the bear market started here, then you've already sort of given back some gains. Here it happened 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks before the dead cat bounce. Right, it finally shifted. We had the dead cat bounce, and then we capitulated. You see how it keeps happening in the same range that we're in right now? Right, the same part of the cycle that we're in now. This was COVID. That shifted, had a couple of green weeks, and then this was 2022. Right, so that came in, what, 1-2 weeks before the top of the dead cat bounce? And then after that, capitulation. And now ours signaled here. Couple of weeks before our dead cat bounce started to move. So it'll be similar to the last one, right? Comes in, dead cat bounce, goes over. But what I don't like is that it changes my colors. But that's the Vortex trend tracker on a weekly. It's possible. Possible deviation to the top side and then false move down at the beginning of the week. But I think we deviate out of the top of this thing before, if the setup stays the way it is. Morning, Ghost. Regular weekend heat here on liquidity, right? Farming above, farming below, waiting to see which side gets harvested first. Bottom's a bit hotter. Both of these will get taken going into Monday, Tuesday. I'm missing. Where the hell is my Tacos or chicken wings? I've been running all day. I haven't even put my order in yet. I bet got that ordered up.
I don't think. I think
What's going on, yo?
everything. Sorry.
Nah, you're good. I'm just popping in. Was
What's up,
on YouTube for a minute. I figured I'd give you guys some time to deep dive in whatever you were deep diving into.
Appreciate it.
What are you guys up to?
I was just talking. Yeah, talking Bitcoin. Talking macros perception
A
and
pretty good chance
belief
of
system.
this to pop up here. I'm expecting just a deviation out of the trap, though. And that's if this doesn't fall apart. But it looks like they might want to go for a quick little sweep of that. Move back in. I was hoping to get an entry on a sweep to the bottom, but apparently that's not part of the plan.
I'll take it.
Would you take the type 2?
I've been sitting here.
No, I mean like
But,
here. You didn't jump into this after we left? I mean after I left?
oh no, it still hasn't come to my original entry. I'm like on
Oh, you're
soy.
good.
I'm at 177,
Yeah, you're good then.
and that wasn't a type 1 either.
Mm-hmm. My type 1 entries right now on Sui and Soul and Jasmine are super solid.
Yours are better than mine. You got that first original.
Yeah.
Remember, I had to watch everything go up to 95 and then come all the way back down.
Mm-hmm. Market Maker brought both of those CME gaps within psychological ranges, or we were talking about that earlier. So that's one job under the one checklist gone for Market Maker. And then we were looking at this liquidity that's being sort of farmed, right? Both sides. Just waiting for the old harvest time. They go grab it. I prefer down than up just because it gives me a nice longer trade, you know. But we'll take it. And then Jasmine just showing off. Still. Found its range, came up through that volume gap. Starting to get some resistance now. This is what could be the beginning of our larger, right? Getting back up to a penny gives us the neckline for that larger W. This is basically just a double bottom that already played out. It would be right here. Bottom, two bottom. That already played out and some. This gap, boy. So, people who missed out on the initial run on Jasmine, you are in type 2 territory now. Right? This is the right side of your W. God willing, that hopes that holds and gives us our right side. Anywhere inside of these vectors. Probably high volume though. Just remember these moves through these gaps are pretty quick. Right? There's a reason that shot up like that. The same reason that it's coming down pretty quickly. Same reason that if it holds, it should be a pretty decent recovery. this and let's turn it into dots. So this is the focus right now. Higher low signals go. 50 EMA is coming up through here. Be a nice spot for it to hold. I'll be watching that to add to my Jasmine position.
If it breaks down to that 50 MA, are you gonna wait and see, or do you have a secondary target?
No, either it holds there or it's gonna it's gonna like round trip it back to the type 2 entry original.
Okay.
So it looks like it's itching to make a move. Dewey looks like it was coming down for a type 2, didn't quite get it. Soul, same way, right? Still no type 2 on Soul. As far as this time frame, right? This entry very well is a type 2 on a bigger. Right? This entry is a type 2 entry here. But we're just looking at this scalp. Right? Your type 2 entry hasn't come. If you even get it, like I said, because this is already a type 2 on the 50. It just ripped. Dewey and Soul look like they wanna do the dash here. Let's see if Ethereum will play along. Interesting. Let me see something. Dewey ETH is bullish. Soul ETH is bullish. It might not look like it on this time frame, but Soul ETH is bullish. All right, so that means that they might not need ETH to make that run to do their thing. We might actually see some independent movement out of Soul and Sui here. Which I'm here for. Watch you. All right. Limitless, this would be like a late type 2 entry if you were to get in right now. Right, if you were playing this structure, your type 2 entry was down at 903. Entry matters because of stop loss. Right? When you're catching a fallen knife, like here, like let's take this W. When you're catching a fallen knife, part of the type 1 entry is having the risk management to be able to navigate tight stops. Right? The benefit of getting in on this is that your stop is right here, 1 ATR underneath the wick, right? The problem with your type 2 entry is not a problem per se, but the benefit of a type 2 entry is that these guys already took the risk for you. Right? You saw these guys take the risk and you saw it hold. So now you're coming in with more confidence. But your stop loss is still here. You share stop losses with type 1 entries. Right? Your stop loss doesn't go here because you have to give this pattern room to breathe. Stop loss goes there. So the difference between a type 1 entry and a type 2 entry is, like I said, you have less certainty that it's going to play out. And so your measured move was still there. you have less certainty that it's going to play out, but you're also only risking, you know, in this case, half a point, right? Not even a whole point. You take that same trade at your type 2, even if you catch the very bottom wick, right? You're now risking 4x what you risked before. Still good, right? Type 2 entries are great. Still less than a full percent. Right? Then you get to type 3 entries, your breakout traders. They're taking their trade here. And the reason that I don't like type 3 trading is because, okay, you take it at the breakout, you're still shooting for the same measured move, but the nearest possible SL is underneath the type 2 entry. Right? So you see how the risk increases and the ROI diminishes the longer you wait. Now, type 4 traders are very similar. The only difference is that when this pops up and comes back and gives you that volume spike, then you're taking the trade from here to the same spot, except you have the luxury of having your stop loss a couple of ATRs underneath that pivot, which now puts you back into the same risk reward as a type 1 trader. Less reward, right? But the same risk. And then do I even have to show you what a type 5 trader's trade looks like? Type 5 trader takes his trade up here and says, this shit is going to the moon, and has no idea where to set their stop loss. Literally, your only viable stop loss is back underneath all the way down here. But they won't do that. They'll put it here or something, if they even set a stop loss. And then price will go like this. 1, 2, 3, and 4 will take profit. Type 5 will buy those bags and call crypto a scam.
%.
Never be a type 5 and avoid it.
And those are the pigs that get slaughtered.
Exit liquidity.
How do you feel about the Clarity Act?
As long as I can get some clarity on it, I have a more of an opinion. I've never seen something called the Clarity Act be so covered in shadows and mystery. I need to see the language.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it. I don't like I'm not a big fan of the language so far. I see what they're pointing to, but it does seem like they've been a little bit clear about who their interest of protecting is. So
Yeah, I'll take a look at still holding up. Broke out of that bearish channel, meaning that bullish channel. Put in its target 1 on its W pattern. Came back looking for support still. This is how shit builds. It's at 0.5 right now, which is your typical retracement. Right, 50% retracement from a major move like that. But your 800 EMA is right around golden pocket. If we want to look for confluence with support resistance, that's your SR flip right there. So trip down to SR flip, hits the 800 EMA, maybe a sweep down a golden pocket, something like that. But structure looks good so far. Again, you're looking for type 2 entries here. On the 4 hour it would be more clear, but this entire thing is the right side. I mean the left side. And then you're looking for your right side. Right? Will it be 0.5? Will it hold here? Will it be support resistance? Will it be golden pocket? We got some Wagyu burritos on the way. I haven't tried this spot before, but
Sounds good.
it looked good. I just hope it's real, like, and I don't mind because it's still delicious. But this American Wagyu shit needs to stop.
Yeah.
If you ever see American Wagyu on the, that's just a top sirloin steak with a bunch of Wagyu tallow injected, and it's still delicious, and it's still better than a
fire,
regular
man.
steak, but not the same.
When all you eat is beef, you know you're beef.
Yeah, yeah, you can definitely tell the difference.
Yeah.
Wagyu just melts, like literally just like falls apart in your mouth.
Butter.
So good. Can't
I
have
do
too
love me
much
a
of
good
it though.
giant.
Like I can have a giant sirloin steak, right? I can't eat a Wagyu that size.
Yeah. I just had Wagyu like a week ago.
But having a little Wagyu tallow around the house, putting up some steaks, pretty good.
Yeah, I like personally. I'd rather have like a lower grade Wagyu from Japan than I would American Wagyu. Although I'm not super anti it. I
It's just a
still
lot of fat. It's too rich for some people. It's like a lot of fat. Delicious, but
yeah, definitely not something you should eat every day in large amounts. I would though.
I always eat ribeyes anyways. Like pretty much always. So it's like I'm used to the fattier cuts.
so good. Nah, I wouldn't say coins like Pengu are done. Remember these? I mean, the only memes, in my opinion, that stand any sort of chance coming into the last part of this are memes that have massive mind share. Right? Pengu is probably one of the most successful NFT / meme crossovers that this shit is on Walmart shelves. You know, like you don't have to explain to people what it is when they see it. Doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna go, but it's staging just like everything else is. Like I wouldn't say it looks necessarily worse than anything else. You've got your W pattern, you're waiting for your left side. Now, don't let anybody convince you that you're, all-time highs, new all-time highs. These are old very old targets that we have set up here. Okay, this is a target from when we were looking for a higher low on this, which was right around here. Right, if this move had happened like this, then 1000%, right, we'd be looking for that setup. But let me show you how nasty this was. Huge right side. First of all, you had a massive W that played out. Everything's going great. Pass gave you a double top, perfect setup for a W. Came down, held support for a week. Took out the lows, right? Nice liquidity sweep. Started to take off October 10th. And well, we all know what happened to the market after that. So nasty, bro.
That wave is vicious.
So nasty. That's part of the problem too. We were so bullish on all time frames on most coins during 1010 that the long leverage was just absolutely just diabolical, bro. There was so much to wipe out, and that added to the cascading effect of everything. Perfect storm, really. Artificial storm, but perfect nonetheless. Still needed to have all the right all the right settings. That's the last day that a lot of people traded leverage. So Comcast said all the wires in the house are good, but they're gonna come back in a couple days and run a new line to the pole. But it looks a little banged up from the weather. So that's good. Maybe you have a little bit more steady. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. almost here. Clear that up. Alright, you guys know the plot while I'm eating. Don't let Bitcoin invalidate. Call whoever you have to call. I'm gonna hold you guys personally responsible. I'm just kidding. I low-key want to sweep you. I'm not gonna lie. I would love to pick up some. I would love to pick up some sub 90 and then sell it into that vector gap. Sometimes you gotta tell the chart what you want it to do just in case it's like confused and shit.
I've been doing that with cars in traffic.
We'll continue to calculate this until 3 in the morning. So we could extend it a little more, but right now that psychological range is even tighter than our trap is. And our trap, I mean, I extended the trap from back here, right? Because this price action is significant to me. But if we take it just from when CME closed, then our trap is even tighter. We're like here with it. Like less than $400. Bring back the price action. So we're floating around point of control, obviously, but value area high and value area low are a bit outside of the trap. Meaning that we could get that sweep that I'm looking for. You know what? I might just leave a couple standing orders when I go eat. Base. This thing. $901 to like $898. This is a, like I said, this is a, I'm gonna be away from the screen, and I don't want to miss that entry sort of trade. It's not. I don't necessarily think it's going down there. It's just set up to where if it invalidates, it'll probably sweep pretty swiftly. But I don't expect us to take out the trap shorts this early, so the probability trade.
Yeah.
Not financial advice. It's just what the chart's talking about right now. Little M pattern on. Don't get too married to patterns on Dom, but we do have a nice little popping structure here on the 5-minute. That'll make for a nice run on alts, guys. If we get this move up and we get this breakdown, then I would expect for look at Jasmine, yo. Jasmine said screw your type 2 entry. I would expect for Sui and Soul and actually Litecoin to make these moves. It gets spicy here for alts. Just pay attention to both, right? Price going up, Dom going down. Yeah, ETH is lagging a little bit, but ETH is looking better. Luckily, the alts we're talking about are outperforming ETH right now, so even if ETH slows down a little, it shouldn't kill those moves. And my food gets here in 5 minutes. Like the start of something on GMT. The vector gap that you're coming up after. Just hit the 800-ish. Same as everything else, basically, right? You're looking for that type 2 entry. Type 1 entry is already gone. So you're looking for a higher low. Preferably something that holds that SR. Building blocks, right? Gotta build the stairs. Future trip a little bit. Puts you into that vector. Remember, this is just a technical analysis. Somebody still has to buy this shit. Right? This shit comes down to support. Nobody buys it. It's not playing out. So pay attention to your volume.
Yeah, I know at least one of the exchanges I used to get that on delisted it like a week ago. So potentially even less volume.
Mm.
That's GMT I'm referring to.
Yeah. Everybody knocked a couple things off of the to-do list today. Somebody messaged me during, it wasn't this weekend, it was last weekend. And they were like, I've been trading for a year and I feel like you gave me my weekends back. Like, yeah, there's no need to be glued, man. No need to be glued. You really want to keep it simple. Once the weekend trap sets up, you draw an alert up here, you drop another alert down there, and you go clean that pile of laundry that's been in the corner of your room for 2 weeks. Yes, I'm talking to you. Somebody just looked at their TV and shit like, huh? Yes, you. Nah, I'm not sick. I'm not completely over it. I still got that little lingering nastiness, but nah, my immune system should be ready to go for another 365 after this little run. Yeah, there's no shame in that, but it just means you're locked in, that's all. Gotta remember to make time for other things, though, so it doesn't get carried away. Yeah, sideways kind of day. Mow the lawn, wash the car kind of day.
Oh, huh?
The old Sony guard that's part of the Jasmine board. I think that there's been a I think Sony is using Jasmine as a pilot program. We've already seen them tap in with Vizio, but mostly the management and what their old jobs were is what keeps
So I'm ready
Jasmine
to
on my
go.
radar.
Let's go, Jasmine.
All right, my food's here, y'all. I will be back. We'll see what happens here in this little trap.
They didn't even make the move. It's ridiculous.
Bitcoin is currently
What's up? Anybody?
So Rick,
Hey, man. I'm just driving out to meet a guy from this channel. He's in Australia on vacation.
he's
Or
from
he's
here.
yeah, a guy. He's from Chicago, originally, and
If we know who he
yeah,
is, you won't become a lampshade.
yeah, yes. Well, we're meeting at a very public bar, like just to get a beer, and yeah, it'd be sweet. We'll have to get a selfie or take a photo together, just so that we can say an Australian and an American met up
And he was never seen again.
in Britain. I have to report in afterwards just to let you all know that I survived. If you don't hear from me, well, you know what happened. It'll be fine. This is kind of what I want to do when I come out to the US. Just bounce around all the different cities and link up with whoever's up for a beer or lunch or coffee or whatever. Be cool to meet some of you guys, especially the people that I've been in contact with for like 4+ years. And we've been discording almost daily for 4 years. What, at
Well, I'm in
least
Richmond.
definitely for the last 2 daily. Yeah.
I'm in Richmond, so I guess you're over in Virginia on the East Coast. That's where I am.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Yeah, I mean, most of the people are East Coast in our community, so
About an
there's
hour
some
and a half.
West Coasters, but most of them are East Coasters.
Richmond's about
I've
2 hours
found.
south of DC.
Oh yeah.
Hour and a half, something like that.
Yeah. Cool. Well, yeah, it's a weird time of day for America, isn't it? It's like early morning or something, or midnight,
12:48
something like that.
a.m.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. So I would imagine most people aren't even online right now. I'm guessing Dbloc's asleep or something. Yeah, so Rick and DeFi Phantom.
Well, I'm not sure where Dbloc went. Sorry, I was typing. I
Yeah.
couldn't hit my push
Oh,
my push to talk button.
you're right. All good. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I'm here. What's good, y'all?
Oh, what's up?
I just pulled up right now.
I'm just finished work and I'm driving out to meet one of the members from in here. He's
cool.
he's in Brisbane. He's in my city. Yeah. DeFi Phantom. Do you know who that is? The guy
Okay.
that
Yeah.
travels around backpacking. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I think he does diving and like snorkeling, that kind of stuff.
Very cool.
Yeah. It's surreal. Like when he sent a photo of where he was at, I'm like, dude, this is my neighborhood. It's like, dude, you're here. Can't believe it. So he can confirm that Australia does exist and that I am real.
I don't know. Maybe they just got to him too.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he's entered the Matrix,
Yep.
the Australia Matrix.
Yep.
Well, we're going to take a photo of us having a beer
Super cool.
to confirm, and we'll share it with you guys. But I was saying just before, I'm going to try and do this when I come to the States, when I'm bouncing around all the different cities, and
Yeah.
whoever's around or whoever's keen to catch up for a coffee or a beer or whatever. It'd be kind of fun. But yeah, it's been like pretty much 4 years or more now since a lot of us have been discording,
Yeah.
Discording and cryptoing.
So,
Yeah. How's Bitcoin? Is it just sort of chilling? No
yeah,
real major
weekend trap.
developments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Yep.
chilling out. I mean, it looks good.
Cool.
It should be
Yeah.
not too long before we make this move.
Mm.
I think
I've
we've set
noticed.
a decent enough floor.
Yeah. We haven't, I mean, it is still early in the year, but we haven't had any major revelations just yet out of this range, you know?
Mm-hmm.
No major decision has been made on direction just yet. But that's cool. Got more time to prepare for either way.
Yeah, there's a couple of alts that aren't sitting around waiting. Jasmine, one of them. Zui.
Yes, I noticed that. Yeah. That's cool.
What time are you gonna go meet up? You're on your way now, you said?
Literally in 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
I just got to to the place where he's hanging out. He's been waiting all afternoon. I'm like, dude, yep, I'll come meet you. I just need to finish work and then I'll come right out. He's like, all right. So he's just been hanging out at this place for a while now. Yeah. It's a Bavarian beer garden. So kind of like a tavern type thing. German theme, German beer, Steins and whatever.
Good times.
I just got to take it easy because I'm still driving. Got to drive back home safely.
You said it's not far from you?
Yeah, no, this place is only like a 10-minute drive from my place, 10 or 15. Yeah. Just about to find parking right now. So I think I should be able to like cam up with him. Like we were laughing about this. We're like, yeah, we'll call Dbloc or we'll
Yeah, if you
screen share.
got Discord, you should be able to. Yep.
Yeah, because you can still screen share and share screen with the camera,
Yep.
and that's one way to like cam up, I guess. But yeah, it should be interesting. I think he might already be a couple of beers deep as
Oh,
well.
I'm sure. You said he's
He's,
been there all
he's
afternoon.
probably yeah. He said he was watching NFL games in the sports bar that's nearby. It's like a all right. Hopefully, I can find a good parking spot. There's one up this way. All right. Well, I'll hang up for now, but I may pop in a few minutes once I've met him and all that.
Cool. Yeah, get a couple drinks and you relax and shit and then jump on.
Yeah, yeah, man. It'll be pretty funny. All right. Well, I'll talk to you in a minute.
Sure. Good time.
Right on. All right. Cheers, bro.
The inverse head and shoulders. Like Biddy's not ready just yet, huh? Dominance still hasn't broken that range. It's starting to look more like a bull flag than anything else, huh? If we're coming down to the bottom of the weekend trap, we want Dom to come down with us. All right, hold on, let me go grab my coffee.
If you want to force a trade, sorry guys, I was talking to someone else.
Is anyone there? Let's see if he lights up. Are you still awake, Dbloc?
It's so late for them.
Yeah,
The
it'd be
first
like,
game was a nighttime game, so
yeah.
that means that was
Oh.
2 hours ago.
You there? I saw his name light up. He was there.
I could jump on the
Anyway.
Discord and listen if I have.
Yeah. What? Style of earbuds are they?
These are
Uh,
really nice. I'm
What's good, y'all? My first light workout after screwing my wrist up.
How'd it go?
Not bad. I didn't I mean technically didn't do I technically just did legs. But a couple of days ago any sort of physical exercise would have just killed my wrist. So that's good. I was starting to feel like a bum, so I had to do something. Did I come back just in time?
Gotcha.
This has been a boring watch. Is this anywhere? We still doing it? Decent type 2 entry on the bigger outperform. Excuse me. Yeah, anywhere between here, 0.5, 0.5, holding back. Damn, it looked like Soul was gonna go for it too, but stalled out. Coins just waiting for me to get back. Like, y'all didn't have to do this. You can pump when I'm not here. It's okay. I'm never gonna beat the allegations, though. YouTube's like, when I show up, it pumps. When I leave, it dumps. Go, Soul, go. is what you want to avoid here. Slow breaking W's, build bear flag. So if we're gonna make this push, we need to send it. Big gap on volume. Yeah, close to. So we push through that high volume node on sold. This is the move I'm looking for. To this next gap. And then inevitably the next one. But the way it's set up volume wise, pretty explosive here. Let me see on the 15-minute one. Oh, and this whole thing is a vector. Yeah, I like this trade. I mean, I'm already in it. I like this to me. Either that or I just haven't like actively traded all day and I'm itching action. But it looks good to me. Come on, don't go barn on me now. Squeezing in between these EMAs here.
Hey, yo.
What's going on, Rick?
Hey, man.
How'd your
Just
night
had the
go?
meetup. Good, man. We we got some selfies. He's got them on his phone. He took them all. So,
Nice.
and he did like a little video thing that he's gonna edit up and drop in the general. or in the off-topic chat. Yeah, it was cool. It was fun.
All right, so it's official, chat. We're not AI agents, actually real people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Someone from one side of the planet met another person from the other side. Yeah, he's a cool dude. He's a nice guy. DeFi Phantom.
Yeah. Ooh, look at Dominance. Hello.
What's it doing?
Taking a drop. It looks like it was that. Honestly, I feel like it was that push on Soul we just had.
Oh, true.
News. Bitcoin is just squeezing now.
Yeah.
You heard they're tossing around the idea of actually like talking about it out loud. The idea of no capital gains tax on Bitcoin for purchases or withdrawals, I believe, of less than $600.
Yeah.
Which I mean isn't gonna, most of us, you know, unless you're very tricky
That's cool, right?
about how you take
Yeah.
profits. I'm sure as humans we will find a way to take advantage, right? But there's a lot of people that trade smaller amounts of Bitcoin, and that's going to be huge for.
Yeah. Interesting.
Still not spending my Bitcoin for perishable goods, but you know.
I know someone that was like from the Helium community that was they used to do something with gift cards to try to avoid taxes. I don't remember what it was though.
Like there's ways, but at the end of the day, it becomes such a freaking headache. That's
Yeah,
why
I didn't understand the process, Bert, not to cut you off. It just
yeah.
seemed like such a hassle the guy was doing. Like, I don't know. I guess I'm lazy.
Some people just have, and I respect it. I mean, whatever, to each his own. But some people just have like a fundamental distaste for giving the government anything at all, and they're like willing to go to any lengths to not have to. But that's what a good like accountant is for, man. Get yourself a good tax guy. Let them figure out all the loopholes, and it's literally worth their weight in gold. A lot of things. You just gotta watch what wealthy families do. I mean, there's a reason why every super wealthy family has a incorporated family office, they call it. It's basically what y'all do with your family. Who's gonna buy the food? What's the budget? Did you pay the lights? You know what I mean? But the way that it's set up, right? The family members are employees. You know, so not only can you gift when it's time for tax and, you know, have that be tax free, but if you're paying employees a certain wage, then there's benefits to that too. And you also get to add to their 401ks since they are employees. You get to add to their 401k tax free. There's ways to do things. You just have to do things correctly. But there's definitely ways to do things. And not even get around, right? Just take advantage of the laws that exist. It's not like you're breaking any laws. But conveniently leaving out, you know, wallet 4, 5, and 6, probably not a good idea nowadays. The new exchange laws that they have for the exchange filings and the information that exchanges are giving out now versus what they used to give out. Before they just basically gave out your in and out, how much you brought into the exchange, how much came out, what were you holding. Now they're doing all transactions. So if you sent money here or you sent money there and the money never came back from there, they need to know, was that a, what was that? Was that a payment? Is that your own personal wallet? What happened to the funds that went over there? And then you slap AI on the mix, and there's you don't want to be lying about shit. Now, let's put it like that. Biggest gangsters in the world got brought down by the IRS. Not trying to take my chances, you know. That being said, I will take advantage of every single tax benefit I can. Yeah, I get it, Mike. But you're not paying taxes on the money you put into crypto. You're paying taxes on the profits. Trust me, I'm no fan of tax. You hear about all these goofy TikTok people getting sued and locked up for that so-called Klarna glitch that was going around a couple months ago. It was like the chase glitch all over again. This generation, I tell you, they they insist on learning shit the hard way. Like there's a glitch, bro. You go to Klarna, you just put your ID in, and you set up an account, and you get like $10,000. And they're not even an American company, so I mean, like, you know, it's a glitch. You're not. It's not a glitch. It's check fraud. Not a glitch at all. You're committing check fraud digitally. Yeah, Ghost. They do it by the cost basis. What's the cost basis of the coin that you sold? Right? What did you buy it for? What did you sell it for? And then that profit, they want a percentage of that. Now, crazy talk is when they start talking about taxing unrealized gains. That's when shit gets spooky. Yep, exactly. These fees on exchanges are gonna get worse if they can't get retail back. I keep saying it, but you think we miss retail? Exchanges are starving right now. Yeah, unrealized gains. They talk about it all the time, but it'll never happen. There's way too many people with deep pockets that carry gains from cycle to cycle. If you don't trade at all, you're taxed with debasement. There's a tax for not trading. Don't get it twisted. There's definitely a tax for taking your money and sitting it in a box somewhere and doing nothing with it. But nah, unrealized gains will never. What they'll try to do, and they've already tried, is they'll try to do something like unrealized gains for anybody with over $10 million in unrealized. And then most people will be like, oh, well, yeah, cool, because it don't affect them. What they don't realize is just because it doesn't affect you, it probably affects your boss, right? Or your boss's boss, or your boss's boss's boss. And you're going to feel that one way or another. All right, y'all. Just finished doing a little bit of research, catching up. Not really missing anything. Twitter is just as boring as price action is right now. A good time to get some sleep. I was about to say it's a good time to go to sleep early. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning. It's good night. It's good night time. No, I know. I'm going. Jasmine's almost down to that golden pocket. So is Link, actually. No, I mean, I'm midterm bullish, yeah. But short term, we're in this trap, right? Short term, we don't get to choose bullish or bearish until we free one side or the other. But I am looking at sweeping this top range. Whether that turns into a false move up, we'll have to see tomorrow. And it's really going to depend on what side gets swept, I think. How am I supposed to go to sleep where all the homies wake up at this time, man? Some bullshit. Y'all gotta change your sleep schedules. Yeah, that's true. I have a sleep schedule. Every night is exactly the same. I go to sleep from the time I get tired till the time I open my eyes. It's pretty consistent. Let me tell you how much I used to sleep as a kid, or how much I used to love to sleep as a kid, or hate to wake up, I should say. You know, when you're like, oh, when I get rich, I'm gonna have a Lambo. When I get rich, my thing was, when I get rich, I'm gonna go to sleep and wake up whenever I want. Like that was my measure, my yardstick for making it. Some truth to that, though. It's a luxury to be able to go to sleep and wake up whenever you want. Not everybody has that luxury. But there is something to be said for keeping schedule, good discipline. Well, like at that time, it usually wasn't about me wanting to sleep long. It was about me wanting to stay up. Like getting me to bed was torture. Like, when I grow up, I'm just gonna stay up all the time. When you grow up and all you want to do is sleep. Nah, the worst was when your parents would have parties and shit, and you're in the room using every excuse in the book to come outside. I need some water. I'm hungry. You know damn well your parents aren't gonna tell you no in front of people. You try to make them feel bad. I'm so thirsty. You don't get your ass in the room. Yep. Life ain't fair, bro. You start to learn. Not for long, Danny. For long if I have anything to do with it. Yeah, this shit just keeps gapping. Oh man, when this comes down, it's gonna be nasty. That might be it for this, honestly. They might come after that gap. These were all the shipping tanker companies. Bit of Venezuela thing. Might be some decent shorts in here somewhere, honestly. Big gap on Valero. Big gap on Maritime Petroleum. Aluminum has absolutely gone apeshit. Bananas. But these were all what we consider to be the winners. U.S. oil is the one that didn't budge. That night of the war, and I think I labeled the stream, but that night of the war is a good stream to go back and watch. The war lasted 3 hours. By the time the war was done, we had picked about 7 different assets that were going to benefit. and found a freaking refueling tanker circling in the Caribbean. It's just aftermarket price action. Oh, you said Brent? That's the one. Isn't the one we were looking at though? Which one was it? This one? Yeah. Yeah. Starting to move. Nah, I didn't see that jacket. What's that about? What are they talking about? I'll have to look into that because that's pretty big. Yo, they start welching on their bets. That's not going to be good for business. I mean, eventually it will benefit, right? That's why we're watching it, but so far we haven't seen it just yet. We are now what? 11th. Right here on it. Yeah, I like Gareth. I mean, typically his TA is sound. He just doesn't seem to have very good cycle knowledge when it comes to crypto. That's how he got his name this year. Barrett Soloway. Yeah, he was honestly bearish the entire way up. But I mean, he did kill some legacy trades. Everybody doesn't get it right 100% of the time. The problem is that when we get it wrong in 4K, loud as hell, you know? It's important to be able to pivot. The ability to pivot on your own TA when presented with new data is what keeps people from putting you in one sort of basket, you know what I mean? Oh, he's just a bull, he's just a bear or whatever. Nah, the TA is accurate, right? TA is gonna tell you, look, it could go here or here, but it's more than just TA, right? Because I can show you the TA that the bull flag will bring up, or the W will bring us up here, but this bear flag would bring us down to the bottom, right? The difference is knowing which one of those is more probable, right? So you can be good at TA, right? You were right about the possibilities, but whether it's because you don't have good cycle knowledge or you're not fundamentally up on a certain project or whatever happens to be, you don't pay attention to liquidity, whatever it is, you're not good at picking which side is going to hit, or you consistently pick the wrong side. I gotta restart the stream before bed because we're almost at 12 hours already. What I expect tomorrow is a deviation above. Until it's time to go, it'll just come back into the trap. I would like to see us stay here until CME opens and have no CME gap this week. And then free either the trap longs or trap shorts. But we'll see. I would like to be able to push even if we have a false move up. Or if we come down to sweep liquidity and we have a 3-day up. I don't want to have that CME gap underneath us to worry about. So let's aim for staying here until CME opens and then popping if anything. Or popping out and then coming back into the trap for CME doing our thing. Some people do that, man. Some people won't show all their TA on YouTube. I mean, if I didn't draw patterns and I just drew targets, right, this shit would look like magic. Like if I didn't explain how I got there, it'd be like, oh, this dude has some sort of cheat code. And people take advantage of that. Not to mention, a lot of people don't like to give away their edges. Or they're getting their targets from somebody else and they don't want to tell you that. It's also a thing. Some of your favorite YouTubers, some of your favorite TA guys have favorite TA guys. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. That's why it's like targets are cool and all, but I want to see it work. You know, like when you would just turn in your math homework, it was all answers, but there was no, you know, like teachers like, nah, I need to see your work. I need to see you actually know how to do this and you're not just stumbling upon the right answer. I tend to just ignore it. Like when someone comes in and they're like, we're going to, you know, 105 by Thursday. Like if it isn't instantly followed with some sort of TA, I just kind of like ignore it. Now, my problem is I would get the right answer, but I wouldn't get there the way they wanted me to get there. They couldn't argue that it was wrong, but like the way I'd get the answer wasn't kind of like the way I trade, I guess. Wasn't traditional. To be fair, Crypto's doing TA on his phone in some village in Thailand. Just walking around barefoot. Nah, they're screening all that shit now. Those AI screeners are pretty good. They'll give you like a percentage. They'll be like, chances are this is like 65% written by AI or lucky for me, none of that resale money goes to Pop Mart. Same problem that Nike was having. But like the resale on Nike sneakers was crazy, thousands of dollars for shit that was $150. Problem is none of that money went back to Nike. Yeah, but they sell the cards for cheap. When you buy it from somebody on eBay for $1,000, they don't get that resale, right? The person that bought it for cheap gets that money. Now, if Pop Mart starts putting out $300 Labubu cards and people buy them for $300 from Pop Mart, I need to close my short. That's what happened with Bape. Right? Nigo from Bape was notorious for that. Bape is the most counterfeited designer brand on the planet, right? At the time. Because they came out in really limited runs, so it was hard to get. And then later, like 10 years, we find out that Nigo was black marketing Bape out the back of the warehouse. Like, they wasn't counterfeit, they was actually Bape, but he was selling them on the counterfeit market. Like, he cornered the actual market and the counterfeit market. Brilliant. So instead of selling the jackets for 300, he was getting 3K on the resale. Not counterfeit, but resale. I mean, think about it, bro. Imagine you're Nike, you're making this sneaker, you're dropping a limited run. You know the shit's gonna sell for $2,000 next week. You're selling them for 200. You mean somebody at Nike didn't open a StockX profile and just start, you know what I mean, dumping pairs? I would have. Yeah, the shark hoodies. I got a couple. All right, let's reset this. See that vector gap above is completely filled with liquidations at this point. All right, family, let me restart the stream real quick. We'll be right back. 1 minute.